How's it going, creeps? Welcome back to Cinema Creep. Cinema Creep is a place where we discuss all things vile, disgusting, and downright terrifying in the world of horror cinema. And if you're new here, my name is Drucifer, and right now you're watching the Friday Night Creepshow here at Cinema Creep. And Friday Night Creepshow is a live stream every Friday night where we play a new or old horror film. And tonight, I feel like we got a good one. We have got one that I have not seen. It's a movie that I'm familiar with, but not a movie that I've seen in full. And I'm talking about Messiah of Evil from 1974. So, shout out to everybody that is already here, already in the chat. Nick, Silverbat, Boom Squad, Jet. Anybody else out there watching that may not be out there commenting, shout out to you guys. Glad you're here. We're going to have a good time tonight. So, with that said, as it's been customary on the last few streams that I've done, this TV right here is always playing a horror movie. Let me know if you guys can figure out what that is playing back there. I actually have the case right here. Let me make sure that's not in frame. So you get big bonus points if you can figure that out. I would never be able to do it, but I know that Frank is 2 for 2 on this. So when he shows up, he may be able to figure it out. Anybody else that cares to throw out a guess, feel free. So I do just want to say that, Jesus Christ, Chuck. Well, Chuck figured it out. Welcome to the stream, Chuck. Nick said Elvira as well. She must have popped up on screen. It is. I'll go ahead and show it to you guys. You guys got in early before Frank arrived. So it is Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Elvira is a special effect even Spielberg can't match. So, if you guys are an Elvira fan, that's what's playing back there in the background. So, Cassandra Peterson, one of the all-time horror greats. This is, I don't know. She's got a couple movies, but I don't know. So, from Hollywood to Las Vegas, from screaming gremlins to campy shtick to witchy graveyard warfare, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, is busting at the seams with morbid and monstrous misadventure. So, shout out to you guys that got it in the chat. Yeah, it's pretty easy. So I was going to put in something a little bit harder, but I don't know how good you guys could see that. Because when I look back on my monitor, I can't see that well at all. She must popped up she must popped up on screen or something. So, anyhow, Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Good job, chat. She is definitely somebody that you can't mistake for somebody else. So, Jet said that Messiah of Evil is very Giallo-esque. So, that is awesome news for me. I am a Giallo fan. So, if you're a fan of Italian Giallos or Italian horror, so to speak, then it looks like this movie might be right up your alley as well. Before we get started and check out the IMDb of Messiah of Evil, snack check. What has everybody got to eat out there in Cinema Creep Land? Me, I'm drinking coffee, eating candy canes because it is that time of year. Beyond that, not snacking much because I had a late pizza dinner. So, really just drinking coffee as normal here at Cinema Creep. Gummy Lifesavers. That is a treat right there. That is the way to go. Yeah, you're right. Elvira definitely has a look. Not hard to tell. So normally the background is kind of blurred out, and it's also kind of blown out, that screen. Ghost Rider 33, what is up? Glad you're here.
Hail to the king, baby.
So everybody, I just want everybody to stop and check it out. That Boom Squad Gaming's birthday is in 4 days. This fool is a Christmas Eve, baby. So give him a shout out. Give him
Hail
a
to the king, baby.
happy early birthday. So said nothing too close to dinner time. Yeah, over there in the other side of the world, it's getting close to dinner for you. You know, Silverbat is in Australia, so um, you know, it is 13 or 14 hours or something like that. It's a huge time zone difference. Um, it's crazy, crazy, crazy. So, other than that, guys, I do want to say that Christmas is in a couple days, and I hope that you guys have not only been, spending time with family, doing all that good stuff that you do this time of year, but I hope you've been watching lots of Christmas horror movies. And, I think that, to me, the best all-time Christmas horror movie, I think we may have talked about this on the last stream, but to me, the two best ones is the original Black Christmas and Silent Night and Bloody Night. Those are my two favorites, hands down, best Christmas horror movies. Born in 74. Nice, nice, nice. 1976. So that was a year before punk rock was invented. Not bad, not bad. 3:22 p.m. over there in Australia. Yeah, Boom Squad is about to be the Dirty 30. So moving up, moving up. You're almost halfway through your life, Boom Squad. I just want you to know that. Bad Santa is, when we talk about Christmas movies, holiday movies that are not horror, Bad Santa is definitely up there, probably in my top 5. It is so damn good. So good. Bad Santa, Christmas Vacation. What else did we talk about? I think me and Frank were going back and forth against talking about Die Hard being a Christmas movie. So, yeah. Man, P2 is such an underrated Christmas horror movie. And if I wouldn't have dropped the ball so bad this month, I would have made a underrated Christmas horror movie video for the channel, and P2 would have most definitely been on there. That one is solid. Yep, Christmas Vacation is goated. The shitter is full. All right, so let's go ahead and let's check out this IMDb page for Messiah of Evil while we're here. Guys, Messiah of Evil. So not only do you get to watch something in color tonight, you get to watch something from the 70s, which is not typical here. We've been on a black and white movie streak here on the Friday Night Creepshows. So do not adjust your television set. It is supposed to be in color tonight. Now, Messiah of Evil is from 1974. It is rated R. It is 1 hour and 30 minutes long. And the synopsis here is a young woman goes searching for her missing artist father. Her journey takes her to a strange Californian seaside town governed by a mysterious undead cult. So, if that doesn't have you hooked, I don't know what will. It has some pretty gnarly cover art. In order to live, they will take you one by one, and no one will hear you scream. So, Nick said he's going to watch Die Hard this weekend. So this weekend is a good time to watch it. Good time to watch it. The directors here are William Hook. Hoyuk. How do you say this, chat? Huyck, and Gloria Katz. Let's see what this director's done, because I'm not familiar with him. Oh, okay. Well, he did some movies that I know. So he did Howard the Duck, did American Graffiti, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and French Postcards, whatever the hell that is. So he's done some classics. I like it. Yes, let's go back real quick. So Silverbat, were you guys able to watch Santa Jaws? Everybody in chat, everybody that was here last Friday night creep show, were you guys able to watch Santa Jaws? Howard the Duck was wild, Ghost Rider. Wild, wild. It's one of those movies that I saw probably too early in life. So Santa Jaws was our Cinema Creep Film Club movie of the week, and I gotta say, if you haven't seen it, that's okay. We'll discuss it later on in chat, or later on in stream, I mean. But Santa Jaws, you're not missing anything. Don't beat yourself up over it if you didn't get a chance to watch it. It's not as cool as it could have been. So we'll just leave it at that. Not as cool as it could have been, and we'll talk about that a little later on for those of you guys that watched it. Chuck, over here, falling asleep during the live streams. You know, I kind of take that as a compliment, though, right? Like, I like to be entertaining, but I also like to lull you guys to sleep with my soothing voice, because there is almost nothing more valuable than sleep as an adult. Like, as you get older, you value sleep more and more, and if I can help you go to sleep, shoot, I'm like the last little thing you hear at the end of your day. Makes me feel good about myself. Based on CERN. Interesting. Howard the Duck was based on CERN. I need to watch that. I haven't seen Howard the Duck since I was probably 10 or 11 years old. CERN cannot be typed in chat. So I stay up pretty much all night as well, Nick. I am a third shift worker. And then I kind of keep that schedule, kind of not. My schedule does some weird gymnastics all throughout the week. And the worst thing that's happened to me has been the freaking time change this year. It has kicked my ass beyond belief this year, and I do not know why. So I'm just power napping, sleeping, awake at all weird times of the day. And if I didn't have a set schedule for a job, oh man, I don't know if I'd get any kind of work done. It'd be really hard for me to be self-employed this year at this time. I don't know what the hell I would do. So CERN is trying to make pounds of dark matter. That seems like we are just tempting fate there. Like we are just what's it called? There's an expression. It's not fingering the bull, but that would be bad too. It's almost like we're fingering the bull. We'll go with that. Fingering the bull. It's a new expression you learned here on Cinema Creep. Don't do that. Don't finger the bull. All right, so let's learn a little bit more about Messiah of Evil. So, real quick, Nick asked me, what am I going to have for Christmas dinner? So, my wife, she always does a great job for the holidays cooking these extraordinary meals for me and the family. So, I think we're doing ham. And all the fixings that go along with that. You know, we do a big Thanksgiving. She hosts it. And then we do Christmas, which is like ham and stuff like that. And then we do like a New Year's dinner, which is like like collard greens and stuff like that. So, anybody else out there having a awesome Christmas dinner? Anybody? Anybody have any any interesting plans for the holiday? Anybody going out of town, going out of the country, going out of your state, or doing anything gnarly? Jet, that's the fun thing about um, the years that we live in now, right? Pretty much reality is one big horror movie. You know, all of these corporations, scary as hell. So when you watch actual horror films, right, it's almost like escapism because it's not as scary. You know, there's something to be said about Art the Clown butchering teenagers that is less scary than turning on the news. Oh, you're going on a California road trip in March. Are you going? Can you take like Route 66 from Vegas to California? Um, Jet's eating Chinese food for dinner or for Christmas or for dinner right now. Um, Dang, Chuck going to Orlando for a football game on New Year's Eve. You be careful traveling, Chuck, during the New Year's Eve holiday because I feel like that is going to be swamped. Swamped. Jet said that's exactly why they watch horror. Escapism. Way less scarier than real life. You know, it's like, okay, well, I could either be caught in a saw trap or I could, be at the DMV or at the tag office. Um, I would probably almost rather be in a saw trap than go to the tag office and have to renew my tag. Hey, there's Frank. Finger in the bowl. That's our new expression because I couldn't think of. There's an expression about tempting fate.
Hail to the king, baby.
I cannot think of it. So we went with finger in the bowl. It just came out. Hey, okay, so it's an Xmas tradition since Christmas Story. I like it. Because I'll tell you this. One of the most exciting things about Christmas is not all the bullshit, but it's about the traditions that you kind of look forward to and that you get to do year after year. Finger the boom. So definitely going out of your mind does count. I was just talking a little bit earlier, and I said this on stream, and I was hoping between last time we talked about this and now that I would have somehow found some Christmas spirit. I just can't do it. It's just gone. It is just gone this year. I don't know what is up with it, but, to me, it feels like it might as well be February. I have zero Christmas spirit, and this is the first time in a very, very long time that I just am like, okay, Christmas is here, I guess, if it has to be. So, yeah, I mean, you can poke the bear if you want. You could poke the bear, finger the bull, whatever you want to do. Yeah, but normally Christmas is like huge. But right now I'm just can't get into the spirit, guys. I can't do it. I've watched some movies. I bought some gifts, have a tree, house is decorated, I think part of the problem is though that I have avoided Christmas music. That might be it. I've only listened to Mariah Carey's Christmas song once, and that's because somebody played it at work. Me and Boom Squad both heard it at work, and past that, maybe that's the problem. Maybe there's not enough Mariah in my Christmas season, and that's why I don't feel the Christmas spirit. Chuck, please come to my house and carol outside my house. I would die. We can record it and put it on stream. I want you to stand outside in my yard and sing Little Drummer Boy. That would make my world. I would love it. Florida's about to launch another rocket. Is this a SpaceX or a NASA one that's going up? Do you know? Yeah, try not to feel it. I'm gonna be screwed if like all of a sudden I get Christmas spirit on like Christmas Eve. I guess I'd be getting it in time, but it's just like that would suck to be real excited about it and it only lasts for like a day. So yeah, could be not enough hot cocoa. You're right. Maybe I should increase the hot cocoa intake, because I'll tell you this: you could never get enough hot cocoa. Chuck, I would, yeah. I'll give you some figgy pudding if you come and you carol outside my house. I don't know how to make it. But I'll figure it out. I'll make some figgy pudding and I will give it to you for caroling. SpaceX rocket. Definitely a fan of space exploration. So I'm always excited when we shoot something out of our atmosphere and into up into space. Speaking of that, I've tried to watch Alien Romulus at the very least. How many times have I tried watching that? Okay, well, I sat down to watch it. I had to stop it because I had to go do something. I can't remember what it was. This was when it first came to streaming a couple weeks back. And then I sat down to watch it again yesterday. And I tried playing it 3 different freaking times, right? And each time, Hulu, which is the streaming service that's on right now, like glitched out. And hilariously enough, like it would get to the same point, it would play for about 10 minutes, and then it would start playing Ghost Adventures without like switching. All of a sudden it would just be like Alien Romulus, and then it would be like, I thought it was going to like a commercial or like an ad break, but no, it would go to Ghost Adventures and start playing Ghost Adventures. It was the most screwed up thing ever. And so I still haven't been able to finish Alien Romulus. It is phenomenal. So Frank, good call out on the TV. So I already before you got here, I was already shouting out chat, and some of these guys guessed it before you even got here because I asked them what it was. I told them to get a head start because you're 2 for 2 on guessing it, and Chad already got it. I think Boom Squad got it, Chuck got it, and maybe Jet. So, did you like Alien Covenant? I didn't see that one. Which one was Alien Covenant? Last one I saw was Prometheus. And I liked Prometheus. Okay, so Covenant was after Prometheus, huh? I need to go back and watch this one because this is the only one I'm missing. Yeah, so I assume this one was after Prometheus because it has Michael Fassbender in it. In 2017. That poster's sick. Um. All right. So Elvira's late night TV show. Oh my gosh, I know it. It's on the tip of my tongue. What is that called? What was her TV show called? Um. Damn it, I know it. Wow. I know it. I know it. I know it. I can't think of it though. What is it, Ghost Rider? What is the name of it? I can't think of it. I'm having to dig deep into that filing cabinet here. I'm gonna look it up. Okay, I see it. I know what it is. If anybody else has any guesses, I know what it is. It's Elvira's Movie Macabre. Right, this is the one you're talking about? No, that was 2010 to 2012. Elvira's Horror Classics. What else we got in here? I almost kind of wish that Shudder would have picked up Elvira instead of Joe Bob. I was a huge Joe Bob fan. I was a Joe Bob fan, you know, TNT, Monster Vision, and all that growing up. And then when Shudder picked up, you know, Joe Bob, The Last Drive-In, I was a big fan. I don't watch it as much anymore, though. I'm just not really a huge fan of the direction they've taken the show and like the celebrity status that Joe Bob and Darcy have kind of forced on themselves, and it just kind of feels not as genuine and not as authentic. Um, yeah, she was in Pee Wee's Big Adventure. Frank said it's easier on the eyes, a lot easier than Joe Bob and Darcy, I guess. Yeah, that's her right there, Cassandra Peterson. Um, I don't know if she's always wore a wig or if she used to have dark hair. I have no clue. But probably always wore a wig, I would assume. I hate to spoil that magic for you. I feel like I just showed you I lifted up the curtain and you saw the wizard um behind the Wizard of Oz. I think she's in her 70s. Born in 51. Yeah. She's like 75 years old. Svengoolie. So I have watched Svengoolie, but I've only watched Svengoolie online. I've never been able to watch Svengoolie like actually on TV. But Svengoolie, he's another one that is that is an awesome presenter of horror movies. Let's see if we can find. If you guys don't know Svengoolie, some of you I'm sure do, some of you may not. MeTV.com is where you'll find him. So MeTV.com. And then here he is right here. If you've ever seen this guy, that's Svengoolie. And he essentially does the same thing as Elvira, Joe Bob, and yours truly hosts a, I guess like a movie night, you know. But Svengoolie's been doing it for like ever. Let's look at his FAQs. Okay. So the original Svengoolie from 70 to 73. Okay, I don't know. There's a whole lot of this frequently asked questions that I don't care about. But his show's wild, very, very campy, you know. Svengoolie would make a cool Halloween costume. For anybody out there looking for what to be next year, Svengoolie would be a good one. A lot of times horror hosts can be pretty awesome. Ghost Rider. Hey. Creature Features is the same on YouTube. So you've dropped Creature Features a couple times, and I've yet to check them out, but I'm supposed to check them out at some point. I definitely one day, like I said, would love to have a bigger set, like build a set, and as the channel grows, make it more of a TV show kind of deal. So, and what I say by TV shows, I mean more of a something that fills in line with like old TNT Monster Vision or even like Svengoolie or something like that. So maybe one day, you know, and you guys are here at the very beginning of that, so you might see, you know, us working towards that in the future. Well, however you want to help, let me know. I'm always looking for help. Yeah, no, nothing wrong with PG horror chat, you know. PG horror has its place, and I've oftentimes thought to myself that I would love to make a children's horror movie, right? So like a Are You Afraid of the Dark, Goosebumps, or something like that, right? And the reason I say that is because I feel like I remember those moments of my childhood, right? Finding stuff like Are You Afraid of the Dark and Goosebumps and, you know, finding age-appropriate horror and it scaring the ever-living shit out of me. And as a kid, having that horror, right, it just hit harder, right, than like a horror movie does for like somebody my age. I am not invested in any Haktua coins. Yeah, no Haktua coins for Cinema Creep. Or Doge coins. I played that game. Yeah. The Goonies was scary. I mean, it did have its parts, right? When you saw what's his name? Sloth? I'm drawing a blank on a lot of stuff tonight. you guys come out with the Frank Rambo coin, the Franken coin. I might buy one or two of those. Oh man, I love Suspiria. Shoo. Love Suspiria. 1970s Dario Argento Suspiria. Could give two shits less about Jesus Christ. What is that dude's name that made the remake? What was his name? Same guy that did Requiem for a Dream. Cannot think. My mind is drawing a blank on a lot of stuff tonight. I saw at some point they were talking about a Goonies 2. Somebody was even floating some stuff around, but I think a lot of it was just like fake posters and stuff. Oh, just give you guys a heads up too. We got the Simon Cam going tonight. So, here we go. If you guys want to see the Simon Cam, my man's over there sleeping. So if you're new here, Simon is that guy you're looking at right now. That is my dog, Ride or Die. And right now he's sleeping in his bed. I thought it looked dark over there. I don't have my Christmas lights on. So Simon's doing his thing, sleeping. We'll wake him up in a bit. Yeah, could not understand why it looks so dark back here, and it's because all this garland I have draped over here on those shelves, I didn't plug it in. Yeah, he's black and white. I think it's just the lights. It's just the lights over there. That blue light in the background is just kind of making him look like he's purple. Yeah, he is a good boy. He's snoring too. All right, yep, so we got Simon Cam going tonight. We'll wake him up in a little bit, get him active, see if we can't get him to make an appearance. But what we're going to go ahead and do, guys, is we're going to turn this movie on. And if you're new here, sometimes YouTube likes to shut me down if they deem that my movie is copywritten. And from everything I've read, Messiah of Evil is in the public domain. So YouTube should not have a problem with it. But if the stream shuts off for whatever reason, don't call 911, hang out, and I'll be back. It'll probably go to a black screen, but it'll allow me to come back after like 2 or 3 minutes. So if it shuts off, you can either follow that Twitch link that's on there, and if you can't or have not followed me on Twitch, you might want to do so just for potential future streams that may get shut down because Twitch doesn't give a shit. But I think we'll be good on this movie, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to crank it up. You guys let me know if there's anything you need in terms of volume adjustments, etc., etc. But here we go. Messiah of Evil.
this dude, Artemis, is probably one of my favorite too. Like, that crow vibe with the sniper is wicked. You got like someone else.
I like that title card.
They say that nightmares are dreams perverted. I've told them here it wasn't a nightmare, but they don't believe me. They nod and make little notes in my file, and they watch me now, waiting for me to scar my breasts, to eat insects maybe, or to lift my dress like some crazy old woman and urinate on the floor. But there's so little time left. You've got to listen.
That escalated quickly.
Not far from here, there's a small town on the coast. They used to call it New Bethlehem, but they changed the name to Point Dune after the moon turned blood red. Point Dune doesn't look any different than 1,000 other neon stucco towns. But what happened there, what they did to me, what they're doing now, they're coming here. They're waiting at the edge of the city. They're peering around buildings at night. And they're waiting. They're waiting for you. And they'll take you one by one, and no one will hear you scream. No one will hear you scream!
I went there looking for my father. He used to spend winters in Point Dune painting. Then, after my mother died, he stayed, and his letters became our only contact. Until recently, when his letters became more and more bizarre and finally stopped.
I have little time now. I can't write again. But you mustn't worry. And please, you must promise not to follow me. I'm afraid to see people anymore. It's better that I wait alone for it to come.
Fill her up?
Yes.
Dogs. Stray dogs.
Doesn't sound like dogs.
Has to be. Has to be dogs. I've hunted in them woods out there. Nothing but quail and rabbits. Rabbits don't make that sound.
That's Point Dune ahead, isn't it?
Why do you want to go to Point Dune?
I'm visiting somebody there.
I can't understand why anybody would want to go to Point Dune visiting. I mean, it's just a piss poor little town. It's deader than hell.
You forgot.
Hello there. Fill her up?
$2. No knock.
Yes, sir.
Oh, look at that guy. He just reeks of not being up to anything good.
The machine's broke, lady. Don't you have any cash?
Well, no, but this is...
That's all right. Forget it.
Oh,
Get out! Get your stamps?
Chock full of ads, chat. Sorry. So far, this movie looks really, really good, though.
Father? Father? Father?
Hey, Jet, I see why you were talking about this kind of feeling like a giallo. This feels very, like, Argento to me. I mean, I'm talking about, like, Phenomena, a little bit of Suspiria with the cinematography, the score, like... Definitely feels like Italian horror.
June 30th. For 3 nights now, I haven't slept. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Visions are coming from areas of my mind that I don't understand. July 2nd. These grotesque images keep crowding in on me. At night, I find myself wandering alone in town, catching glimpses of horrid animals I know can't be there. And along the dark beach, faces haunt me. Pale women with sleepless eyes and shadowy figures staring toward the black water.
Once Human is a strange but very interesting open world game with massive bosses that you can tackle alone.
He didn't return that night. I walked along the beach in the morning.
The intensity intensifies.
As I'm sure he must have. Coming out of the nightmares he spoke of. Back into the daylight. I drove into town later. It was hot already. I saw an art gallery and I thought they might know my father. The art dealer was blind. Her fingers moved like a pale spider over my face.
Joseph Lang? Do I know who he is? We do get magazines in Point Dune, which some of us can even read.
Well, I meant I'm looking for him. And I thought maybe you knew him personally.
Point Dune isn't an artist colony. I heard he did take people out there, mostly women, but they weren't from Point Dune. There were some people in this morning looking for your father, which means some people do like his brand of art.
Who were they?
I don't know. Strangers.
Oh, I like that
I think they're staying at the Seven Seas.
weird dog painting back there.
I'm as old as the hills. Mama delivered me herself. She took me from between her legs. Bloody little mess. Just about to feed me to the chickens. And Daddy said, maybe we could use a boy, Lottie. That's how I came into the world.
Excuse me. They said at the gallery that you were looking for Joseph Lang. He's my father, and
Well,
I just...
Twitch is going to ban me for this again.
All I want to know is if you knew...
Close the door. Go ahead, Charlie.
It's hard to remember back on things, but I I remember the red moon my daddy told me about, only once. Mama gave him a bad look when he talked about it. He was only a boy himself then. He called it the blood moon. He said that was the night that he lost religion. He learned that men could do horrible things. Like animals.
I'm really hungry. I've got the munchies.
Shut up. Go ahead, Charlie. What about the moon?
100 years ago, the moon started turning red up in the sky and things began to happen. It was like the red of the moon got up there, the closer the people were being jerked toward hell, where the people started bleeding out of control. They found children eating raw meat. It was like the town was festering with an open sore until the night that they came down out of the canyon. And
Who came down, Charlie?
I gotta go.
Charlie. Take the wine, Charlie.
Well, thanks for your kindly hospitality.
I'm looking for my father. Do you know him?
I know of him.
They told me at the gallery.
We drove by the gallery this morning. I happened to see one of your father's works in the window. I didn't know that he lived here.
They didn't have any of his paintings there.
Well, that's popularity. Because they did this morning. I offered to buy one, and the old woman said they weren't for sale. As a matter of fact, it was a portrait of you.
Tom likes to collect things.
Like old trunks?
Old-fashioned retort.
What's a retort?
Tony, you're half girl, half child, and half wit.
Sit on it, sister.
That's 3 halves. Just want to point that out.
Don't be afraid. I'm an ugly old man, but I'm harmless. It's about your daddy. They mustn't hear me. I got him fooled. I get drunk, sleep on the sidewalk like a dog, and they let me be. I ain't crazy. Not old Charlie.
What about my father?
You have to kill him.
You're crazy.
You can't bury him. Don't put him in the ground. You gotta burn him. You gotta put fire to his body.
I spent the afternoon in town asking about my father. The reaction was always the same. People would only stare or shake their heads and back away.
July 6th. Our Letty called this morning. I listened to her, but couldn't let her know I was here. My voice would have terrified her. At times, I make noises which don't seem human. And my mind is letting go. I try to remember the past, my daughter, but I can't. Instead, I think of death. Always death.
It's been 2 years since that disaster struck. The city's population is now sparse. In an effort to escape the monsters, you found a
What are you doing here?
You look so comfortable, I didn't want to wake you. You're very pretty when you sleep.
I'm going to take a nap. Want to come?
Later.
But you can't stay here.
Just for the night. I'm willing to pay. We had a little trouble at the motel. You remember the old gentleman who was telling us the story?
Of course I do. He was mad.
Perhaps. But when they found him this afternoon, he was dead. The police came and questioned us. Needless to say, they weren't very understanding, what with me and my two traveling companions. And then suddenly, every other motel locked and shuttered its windows. You're the only other person we know.
What happened to the old man?
They found his body in the alley. He must have passed out or something. The police theorized that it must have been dogs. Well, they found his body half-eaten.
I let them stay. I never understood why. It was as if I'd come into a foreign town where I didn't speak the language and was sharing a house with people I'd have never met in my other life.
Would you like some more?
Yes, thank you. This wind is strange.
It's like the Sirocco. It blows across the Mediterranean from Africa. I was born in Portugal, in a castle.
I thought it was a villa in Spain.
My mother was a Portuguese, aristocrat. My father was rich and American. I have a castle that stands above the sea. One of our legends tells us...
Tom, what are we doing in this shitty place?
I don't know, really. As I was saying, every race has their legends. The Romans, the Greeks, even the folk here in Point Dune had their stories. I'm interested in this story about the blood moon. What was your father doing here?
He didn't know anybody here. He could paint.
Has your father been painting long?
Laura's quite the art critic. She used to model. Photographers mostly. She specialized in exotic poses with snakes.
Oh, Tom just gets so clever when he's trying to get into somebody's pants. Listen, when you go to bed with him tonight, why don't you let him sleep?
Laura, I am tired of having to apologize for you.
Yuck! This stuff is shitty tasting.
You're not supposed to eat the fuzz.
Hate seeing ads? Here's how to get rid of them, or get paid to see them. Do you know how much of the content you see on a daily basis are actually ads?
He said he was a collector of old legends. He thought my father knew something of the legend of Point Dune. I told him my father wasn't here. He said they could wait. Are you lost?
No. I've been walking. Have you seen the fires on the beach?
No, I haven't. Good night.
There is something you could do for me.
What?
My zipper is stuck. On my vest.
Wow, okay. On his vest.
I'm sure one of your traveling companions could help.
Well, they're very angry with me. They get jealous when I'm around strange women.
How awkward.
Really? So if you just... It wasn't very hard.
Yo, that zips from the side?
No.
He doesn't even have to button.
I'm sure you could have done it yourself. Good night.
It's like wearing a clip-on tie.
You don't just unzip a man and say goodnight.
Yaz. What's up?
You are tired, aren't you? So am I. Good night.
His vest is like the equivalent of like the Adidas track pants with the buttons that you rip off.
Going out tonight?
I'm splitting.
Oh. How long?
Forever.
That's a long time. Why?
Because I'm tired. I'm tired of him. I'm tired of this place. He didn't get lost, you know. He came here on purpose. And why the hell Point Doom?
Don't you like the beach? Maybe you could learn to body surf. He's just farting around with us.
Yeah, we'll let him fart around. I'm going to San Francisco. Mickey will take me in.
Who's Mickey?
He's a drummer.
What about me?
You're just a kid. You'll be all right. He's given me too many lines.
Hey, Laura. Leave me some dope, huh?
Want a ride?
What the hell? Oh, hey, thanks.
You coming back from the waiting?
The what?
The waiting at the beach.
Uh-uh.
You like Wagner?
Oh, yeah, sure. Super. You can, let me off in town. You guys must have been, working late.
Moonlighting.
Moonlight.
Everybody was out there tonight. Even the little creatures. I found a lot of them.
A lot of what?
Beach rats. What's wrong?
Nothing. What do you do with them?
Do with them? I eat them. That's what I do with them. I've got another, if you'd like.
No, thank you. I'm just gonna get out right here.
You don't want it?
No. It's a very nice night to walk, really. Jesus. Hello? Hello? Hey! Hey! Hey!
Have you ever wished you could play a video game your way? Where you can be invincible?
There's a whole lot of like slow running and shoe tapping going on in this scene.
July 17th. I dread the nights coming on now. The fires on the beach are more numerous, and more of them are coming out at night from the town. It's more horrifying than I expected. A crazy old man told me a story today about Point Dume a century ago, and a dark stranger arriving, and the monstrous things that happened to people when he came. I thought I was going mad, but worse now. I think the hideous things I'm seeing are not imaginary.
What are you doing?
What is this bullshit? I can't get any stations in.
Laura didn't say anything else. Give a girl a pair of shoes and she walks out.
WUBI Radio 94 in Ludlow, the voice of Idaho.
Idaho. Idaho. Where are all the stations here? Why are they all out? There are no stations in this town. You can't hear anything. Can't we go, Tom? It's not that I care. It's just that I'm scared.
What?
I don't know.
I tried to sleep, and I fell in and out of half-dreams. I remember my father saying that you're about to awaken when you dream that you're dreaming. Tom. Father? I felt like I was losing control.
Losing control. It's not nightmares any longer, but something like a sickness that's still there with the sunrise. I think my body is being taken over by some unspeakable evil that's turning me into...
Welcome to Rules Talk. If you want to survive and once human, you must remember these rules.
What's wrong?
I don't know. The light was on in the studio. I thought maybe I thought someone was in there.
Come on. It's all right.
There was a painting.
Come on, you've been having a bad dream. Come on, get in.
I don't know what else to do. Nobody in town knows him. I don't know where else he'd go.
Arletty, I think you should leave here.
That's a great idea. Why don't you both leave? Then maybe I could get a little sleep.
Hello? Yes, it is. What? I don't... Where?
The police said it must have been a mental problem. They had picked up my father twice in town. He was found wandering around before dawn. He never knew where he was, what he was doing in the dark streets. And then, people reported seeing him on the beach, building a huge sculpture. The tide must have collapsed it on top of him.
After this is over and we get through with some paperwork, I think you should take the young lady out of town. We're not really a tourist town, and strangers only bring problems.
July 20th. If the cities of the world were destroyed tomorrow, they would all be rebuilt to look like Point June. Entirely normal. Quiet. Silent, though, because of the shared horror in common. I know it's hiding now beneath its stucco skin.
I once was lost, but now. How is she? I remember the night my father died. He was coming home from work, drunk. His stomach
Started bleeding out of control. They found children eating raw meat. And it was like the town was festering with an open sore until the night that they...
We're never gonna leave this place, are we?
Until the night they came down out of the canyon and...
Somebody came while you were gone.
Who?
I don't know. I heard this noise at the other end of the house. It sounded like somebody crying. I looked all over, but I didn't see nobody. I'm bored.
Why don't you, go to a film,
A what?
a movie?
Oh, a show. Great. I get to take the car. Then you two can be alone together.
I sat in my father's chair. The mundane scenes around me were of Point June. They were slightly distorted and foreboding, as if they were hiding some message. Just as I knew now, town was hiding some dark fear.
July 21st. My body temperature has dropped to 85. This morning I passed blood again. It's as if the thing that's taking over my body no longer needs human blood.
Marletti, what's wrong? What is it?
Hiked holiday prices can make you a Scrooge. Just shop Aldi, where holiday savings are huge.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your...
Tom, I didn't feel it. Why didn't I feel it, Tom?
I don't know. It's as if the thing that's taking over my body no longer needs human blood.
Father had beautiful hands. They were fine, long, almost feminine fingers. He was ashamed of them in a way. He used to laugh and say that after the revolution he'd be shot. Had pale hands with the mark of a decadent life. That's how I knew. Tom, why did they lie to me? Those weren't his hands. They were coarse and large. That wasn't my father.
You sure?
Yes!
God. Tony.
You can't take all three of us.
Wrong.
Life isn't always milk and honey, free without care. Life isn't always fair and sunny. Life isn't always...
Hi, this is, of course, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and I play Max Valiant in a new mission.
Ghost Rider, see you later. Come back next week. Next Friday night. Hang out.
Tim Marshall. Clark has got to be paid for his tune. Not just with money.
Simon says, upgrade. Again.
What's new?
Okay.
Wait, please. You've got to help. We only live a couple blocks from here. We were watching TV when we heard them. They came crashing through the sliding glass door, making that noise, that awful noise. We tried to get the children, but they already had them in the hall. They went after them like sharks. My husband dragged me out, and we ran to some neighbors who had guns, but it didn't stop them. They kept attacking anyway. He's still there. You've got to help.
I can't.
What's wrong?
Your eye.
Too late. Starting.
I'm very sorry.
July 28th. I cut myself this morning. My finger was nearly severed. Without feeling any pain, I ripped it off at the joint. I felt nothing at all. I'm disintegrating rapidly.
I tried to warn you. I dragged one of the bodies they killed up on the beach, but you still didn't leave. There's little time left. You'll have to go. Tell people on the outside. Warn them that what happened 100 years ago is happening again.
What?
Listen. Please listen. He came 100 years ago. A hunter first saw him.
He told the hunter that he had been a minister and had come over the mountains with the Donner Party. He passed that horrible winter with them and saw men commit hideous acts. He said that he himself had eaten human flesh, but had survived because he had faith. Faith in a new master. The hunter didn't understand when the dark stranger said he was spreading this new religion. When they found the hunter, he looked as if he'd been attacked by some kind of animal, half eaten. As he was dying, he told them of the dark stranger. And they assumed he was delirious. When he went into a fit, biting at them like a rabid dog, they shot him.
The dark stranger watched the chaos. And he walked into the sea and said he would return 100 years later to a world tired and disillusioned. A world looking back to old gods and old dark ways. Our world. You've got to go now. Most of this town is infected. It's got to be destroyed before the moon turns blood red. And he returns to lead them up the coast and inland into the cities.
We can both go.
Once Human is easily one of the best open-world survival games of 2024, and it's loaded with your favorite survival games.
They took me, and they did this to me.
We'll go home.
I can't. I already tasted human flesh.
You gotta kill him. If you love your daddy, We will kill him. Can't bury him. Don't put him in the ground. Gotta burn him. Put fire to his body.
Arletty? 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 Arletty?
When Emerson asked me to tell the story of their Black Barrel whiskey, they left out the bit where I can't actually tell it.
Why didn't you leave?
I came back here to get you.
Tom, it's too late.
I saw them in town. They're traveling in packs like wolves. I think the whole town. I was dreaming. We were in a forest, and it was snowing. The trees were wet, and you were looking up. And I asked you what you were thinking. You said you were thinking about all the people who were born and died. All the trees went on living. Then we came to a village and we spent the night in a wood room. The next day it was so cold, we stayed in bed to keep warm.
This reminds me of that scene in Ninja Turtles 2. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
We thought we must have made it out of the town. And then we saw the first one. They were coming down to the beach as they did every night, to stare at the ocean and wait. We could go no further. They were all around, watching us, staring at us, as if we were trapped animals, caught, already bleeding, yet still struggling hopelessly. We hoped to make it to one of the small boats on the horizon, and then we would drift out and head for safety down the coast. He was having trouble with his arm. I had hurt him. And now I couldn't help him. Boats didn't seem any nearer. And the last thing I saw was the setting sun. They hadn't let me drown. They had pulled me from the water. They had prevented my last escape. That night, most of the town was on the beach. They built their fires, not for warmth, but as beacons to be seen from the black ocean. They dressed me in an old gown. I was to be offered And following their prophecy, the moon turned blood red, and the dark stranger returned. He let me go with a story that condemned me, knowing that they wouldn't listen. He was right. I made it back, and they put me here.
He told them of the dark stranger, and they assumed he was delirious. When he went into a fit, biting like a rabid dog, they shot him.
Like
the night the moon turned blood
red and the moon got up there.
Horrible, pale creatures
Close
who were no
people
longer
were being jerked. What hell?
crashed into farmhouses and gorged themselves.
Can do horrible things.
Foreign
Animals, folks with shoes around the streets 100 years ago.
At Harbor Freight, we do business differently from the other guys. We design and test.
During the day, they let me out with the others. We sit in the sun and wait. We sleep. And we dream. Each of us dying slowly in the prison of our minds. And at night, I roam the empty halls, listening to their whispering. I try to find someone who can hear me, because I have to warn them that back there in that small town on the coast, they're growing in number and moving out into the rest of the world, spreading their sickness. And in order to live, they'll take you one by one, and no one will hear you scream. No one will hear you
scream. All right. That was Messiah of Evil, 1974. So that was good. I enjoyed that. Chat, what did you guys think? If this was your first time watching it, what would you rate it? 1 out of 5 creeps. I think myself, and I would probably rate that a solid 4 out of 5 creeps. I thought that it was shot amazingly well. That was the number one thing that stood out to me. And Jet was talking about before the movie started that it seemed kind of like an Italian giallo movie. And yeah, I got that vibe right away. Love giallo movies, love Italian horror. To me, I just really, really love how Italian horror, they kind of just hold no punches, right? The actors always just go for it. Not saying this is Italian horror, but talking about in general, right? Italian horror, they just freaking go for it. They don't care about whether or not the light needs to be motivated. They're shooting red light and they're shooting neon blue lights and yellow lights from wherever the hell they want to shoot it from. And they just go for it. And I love that, Frank said not enough fog or cemeteries. Silverbat said 2 creeps. Chuck says 4. Even though he left and came back, he still said, hey, I'm rating this 4. Appreciate that, Chuck. So, y'all has asked who thinks that they should watch Silence of the Lambs for the second time this week. So, that is a fantastic movie. It is an all-time classic for a reason. Go for it. I don't think I could watch that twice in 1 week. That is just a hefty watch. I think that we talked a little bit this past Tuesday about movies that we could watch whenever they come on TV. And there's movies out there that I would watch every time I see it on TV, like if I'm scrolling through and it's already playing, I'm stopping and watching it. And if it's on, like when I'm walking out the door, I will not go where I'm supposed to be going, and I will stop and I'll watch the movie. So we talked about that a little bit this past Tuesday, and one of those movies for me is not even a horror movie, right? We talked about it a little bit. It's Goodfellas. Goodfellas is a movie that I will go in late to work if it's playing and I catch it as I'm walking out the door. I will stop and I have to watch it till completion, right? It is something that I will blow plans off with my mother, my father, the funeral of a loved one when Goodfellas is on, right? I'm not showing up, not coming to the barbecue, not coming to your kid's birthday if Goodfellas is on. Just saying. So, that is one of those movies for me that I will just stop everything and watch. There are a couple horror movies like that out there. I would have to say it would probably be House of the Devil from Ty West. That is another one of those movies that I have to watch it to completion every time it's on. So we talk a little bit about, somebody in chat said it earlier, might have been Jet. It was Jet. Jet said Suspiria 1977 is a comfort, cozy movie for them. I have a comfort, cozy horror movie, and that is House of the Devil. Does anybody out there have a comfort, cozy horror movie? Meaning a movie that you can put on that sort of comforts you, a movie that you could put on when you're just laid back, you're wanting to watch something, but you don't know what to put on. A movie that just makes you feel good when you watch it, right? So, like I said, House of the Devil for me is that movie, one of those movies that's horror. And I think it's just because it kind of puts me in the right fall, Halloween creepy mindset when I turn it on, right? I think that movie just delivers that emotion so well that if when I turn it on, it just puts me there, you know. So for me, that's my comfy, cozy horror movie. What do you guys got out there in chat? Oh, Suspiria is so good. I did not care at all for the remake. I will be completely honest with you, because I don't lie to you here at Cinema Creep. I watched the remake, love the original. I don't care at all about the remake is what I meant to say. Not the original, love the original. The remake here, this was, shit, who was the guy that made this? This guy, Luca. Jeez, these names kill me. For some reason, I thought it was the guy that did... I misspoke earlier. I thought that the guy that directed this was the guy that did Requiem for a Dream, but that's Black Swan. I was thinking of Black Swan. Anyways, not a fan of the remake. Not a huge fan of Chloe Grace Moretz either, the actress. I mean, she's okay, I guess. But I think they kind of like try to typecast her in these type roles, and I don't think she does a good job playing a horror actor. Comfort horror movie maybe Silence of the Lambs. You know what? That's a good one. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, Silence of the Lambs was everything that Longlegs wanted to be. Jet says Suspiria. Frank, Silverbat, what you guys got? Chuck, anybody else out there in the community, what you guys got? Yeah, it says Goodbye Horses every time they were freaking out. You would listen to Goodbye Horses. Yeah, not a fan of the remake, though. The original is so much better. Fright Night is amazing. the Fright Night remake was on TV the other day with Colin Farrell and the McLovin kid, and I hated that Fright Night remake when it came out, and I hate it even more than I originally did after watching part of it. This remake here, seen it on TV the other day. Like, this is just, again, an awful remake. And it's not because all remakes are bad, it's just this was terrible. There's like zero charm in this movie. I mean, come on, that's what you're looking at from Colin Farrell. Kind of looks like a dog right there. Just not a good movie at all, in my opinion. Obviously, the original being up there with my favorites and being one of the best vampire movies. But the 1985 one. I mean, come on. So, let me see. I did not like the Fright Night remake. She wasn't cool with you saying Suspiria. I wonder why. Jet, do you have any idea why they would not be cool with that? Trigger Effect. I don't think I've seen that. Silence of the Lambs is one of those movies that is more... I kind of agree with you, Silverbat. It's one of those movies that is like a... more of like a suspense thriller, right? It does have horror elements and it is horror adjacent because of the whole cannibal aspect of it. But it's more to me, it's more of like a suspense thriller kind of crime drama movie. Yeah, I absolutely love this movie. I remember seeing this for the first time, and this dude right here, Stephen Jeffries, plays evil. He freaked me the hell out when I was younger. So Frank said he likes Fright Night 2 also. You know, Fright Night 2, I've not seen enough to tell you whether or not I like it. The original Fright Night 2. This one, 1988. I need to rewatch this so I can give an accurate, I guess, review of this or accurate rating of this. I've never seen it like more than I've probably watched this once, to be honest with you, years and years ago. Three years after dealing with vampires, Charlie Brewster separates from vampire hunter Peter Vincent when mysterious actress Regine Dandridge arrives in town. Charlie's past resurfaces, suggesting a repeat occurrence involving vampires. So, again, I talk about a lot of stuff in a lot of different streams. Buffalo Bill's just a chill guy. Yeah, Yaz. So what you're saying is you'd have Buffalo Bill over to your house for the holidays. Like I was saying, I talk about a lot of different stuff in chat. Sometimes I repeat some of the same shit that I've talked about in other live streams and stuff like that. But when it comes to vampire movies strictly, right? Strictly vampire movies. What is everybody's favorite vampire film? Do you guys have a favorite? Is Fright Night your favorite, or do you got something else? And if you're an OG Cinema Creep listener, talking about from the podcast days, you'll know what mine are, and you'll know what my number one is. So my number one vampire movie is I think we talked about this. Did you say that Buffalo Bill makes cool clothes out of people's skin? So Dracula, Silverbat, which Dracula is your favorite? Is yours the original Bela Lugosi? Is it the Francis Ford Coppola one with Gary Oldman where he has like the bun hairstyle? You do a sewing, you and Buffalo Bill. I like it. What We Do in the Shadows. I'm a huge What We Do in the Shadows fan. The movie and the series. And I am very, very sad about season 6 because it is not good of the series. Lost Boys. Lost Boys is my number 2 favorite vampire movie of all time. Van Helsing is fun. Yep, House of the Devil could happen. It is a good movie. It is, it sort of has, like When a Stranger Calls vibes. I think that's what he was sort of like kind of paying homage to, is those sort of like type of movies, right? That babysitter thing. 30 Days of Night is a good vampire movie. Painting a t-shirt to look like Buffalo Bill's skin suit. Wild. Weren't you? You were old Greg for this past Halloween, weren't you?
What you doing in my waters?
My favorite vampire movie is this one right here. Let the Right One In. From 2008. Not to be confused with Let Me In, the American whitewashed version of this. Let Me In. Let the Right One In. This is the one you want. Let Me In is the Chloe Grace Moretz one. This is the, I think it's Norwegian. This to me is one of the best. I'm trying to make sure I'm telling you guys right that it's Norwegian. Let me see here. If you've never seen this movie, I highly, highly recommend it. Like I said, we remade it in like 2009 or 2010, but this is a solid movie. And I think it just does a great job at like sort of maybe accurately depicting vampires if they were real, you know? Because there's not really any kind of crazy stuff other than they're just trying to eat. They're just trying to stay alive. You know, she's just trying to feed. And it's interesting that it's, I guess, like a little kid as opposed to being like a superhuman adult, you know. So Oscar, an overlooked and bullied boy, finds love and revenge through Ellie, a beautiful but peculiar girl. So highly recommend watching this if you haven't seen it. It is one of those movies that, you know, is just beautifully shot. And as they say, every frame looks like a painting, right, of this movie. Like, it is just, you know, amazing. And like I said, we did remake it in America. I highly advise against watching that one. It's shit compared to this one. So there not going to be more shots of it. But yeah, it's just really, really well done. Definitely recommend it. This one here, not the US one. Frank said that's Longleg's favorite movie too. I mean, it very, very well might be. You saying that kid looks like Longlegs, Frank? It's Longlegs before he grew up to be a serial killer. I wish it would stop showing me this stupid ass ad. I'm tired of seeing it right here. Anyways. So From Dusk Till Dawn is amazing. Love that one. Blade. Wesley Snipes. Can't go wrong there. Do you guys remember the movie Daybreakers? That was kind of cool, right? I mean, it had an interesting concept. The one with, wasn't Ethan Hawke, was it? Was Daybreakers Ethan Hawke? It was Ethan Hawke. Ethan Hawke, Willem Dafoe. This one here where they're farming humans. I thought this had a really cool story to it. I got where you're coming from, Frank. So, The Exorcism of Emily Rose. That is actually a pretty solid movie that came out June 6th. I believe it came out June 6th, 2006, and I saw that on its release date because it was coming out 666. And I remember that was like sort of a marketing ploy. We're releasing it on 666, and I went and I saw it that day, and I remember loving the movie as I was watching it, but everybody in the theater was laughing at it. And it's because like when she was like seizing up and like getting possessed and she was like contorting her body all over the place, people were just laughing. I was like, what are y'all laughing about? This isn't even funny. This is just good. You guys suck. So it was hard to enjoy. But I really, really enjoyed that one. John Carpenter's Vampires is a wild one. Yep. What other kind of vampire movies are out there? So we talked about 30 Days a Night. That one is really sick. That one has a cool story to it, an original story. Bats with Lou Diamond Phillips. I feel like I have that movie. I need to reference my spreadsheet. Yeah, I feel like I have that. I gotta sneeze. All right. Yeah, bats. So let's see. Genetically mutated bats escape and it's up to a bat expert and a local sheriff to stop them. Oh, got another sneeze coming on. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. Gotta love that one as well. It's perfect amount of cheese. kind of believe the premise after the movie. Oh, man. Appreciate that, Frank. Appreciate that. Let's go to the Simon cam. We haven't seen what he's up to. And I can't really see him myself, so... Oh, that guy, he's still sleeping. He just switched positions. He's snoozing. You see his foot? Yeah, my man, he can sleep. Old side guy, he's snoozing hard. I can't wait to, I'm going to take video of him opening up Christmas presents and show you guys on the stream, probably next Friday Night Creepshow, because he loves unwrapping Christmas presents. Yaz, it's been a minute since you've been on stream, but I don't know if you know about Simon. Simon's the best boy, and he's got his own cam on stream now, so we switch back. We check in on him from time to time. Every once he wakes up and he'll move around. But when he comes out here, he's always under my feet in every stream, and you normally can kind of just hear him shaking his collar and stuff. But he's, you know, we decided to give him his own camera so he can hang out with us. So we were going to watch this, or I was going to watch this movie tonight for the Creep Show, but we might watch this one next Friday. I'll show it to you guys. Has anybody seen this? I've never seen this. Again, it's one of those movies I know about and I've always wanted to watch. But I've never got around to it, so I figure we'll watch it together on stream. It is a silent movie from 1932, but I've always read really good things about it. So if you've seen this, this might be what we watch next Friday night, depending on if I find something else that sticks out a little more than this to me. But this is what I got planned so far. So that is a pretty good prank, Yaz, is being able to pretend that you're possessed. I'm sure you can freak out a lot of people. Sounds like it would be fun to invite you to church or to, like, you know, like a Sunday Bible study. So Frank, Simon, surprisingly, man, he does not care about any presents. He kind of knows which ones are his, and he will not mess with them until we give them to him and we say, this is for you, this is for you, and then we can kind of like shuffle it, and then we give it to him and he just goes crazy on his and his only. It's wild. Nobody did say Twilight. I saw that on Hulu yesterday when I was looking at movies. So Hulu has like a top 10, you know, of what the movie of the day is, right? It shows what everybody's watching and it ranks it like 1 through 10 or 1 through 20 or something like that. And yesterday, Twilight was like in the top 10. So like right now, everybody's watching Twilight on their holiday vacation. So, that is some people's comfort movie. You know, people love Twilight. So, Christmas Day or Christmas Eve. So I will tell you this. I grew up with the tradition of you open one present on Christmas Eve and then the rest you open on Christmas Day. So that's always sort of been the tradition I've kept with me. Everybody gets generally to open one present on Christmas Eve, and then my wife brought the tradition of everybody gets a Christmas Eve box in addition to like the Christmas Eve gift. So the box would be like, oh, here's you some new pajamas, here's you like a box with like some candy or like some hot cocoa or something like that. And then you get that for Christmas Eve, and then, you know, you get to open one gift. So Jet, I believe we should not remake foreign films either. We need to just let them be. You know, and that goes for, you know, like The Ring and, oh man, what else did we do? The Grudge and some other ones. But so they once tried to exorcise you. That is freaking hilarious. I think once I get the side quests streams going on this channel, I think I should do a side quest episode on exorcisms, because there's some footage out there of people, you know, performing exorcisms or getting an exorcism, whatever the right terminology for that is, being exorcised. And it is crazy. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, like, real footage of exorcisms, but it's insane. So Yaz is celebrating Christmas on Christmas Eve this year. Not a bad plan. Get it over with. Let's move on to 2025. So Jet says they don't know what their favorite vampire movie is. Just anything without sparkling vampires is a contender. So no Twilight for Jet as well. That is one of those car salesman type logic, Yaz, but I like it. Deciding that Christmas is about being happy, so any movie or song that makes you happy is a Christmas movie or song. Loophole. You're right. You're right. I think that vampires are probably one of the best, I guess you would call them monsters, or like mythical creatures, mythical monsters, I guess is how you would refer to them as. Because I mean, what else do you have? You've got vampires, you've got zombies, you have werewolves. How could I forget werewolves? What else do you have other than those three? Werewolves, vampires, and zombies. Like, is there like another group of like witches? Chuck. Merry Christmas, Chuck. Happy holidays, Chuck. Appreciate you coming out, hanging out. And I'll see you next Friday. Assuming you're in town. Anyways, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by.
Hail to the king, baby.
So we got Team Wolf. So Silverbat's Team Wolf. Yaz, Mothman. Frank says, don't forget about Deadites. I guess, yeah, demons. I guess like demons and the undead would be another one. Let's see if we can find something else to watch here. Vamp. So, 1986. So this, again, and I'm saying this a lot tonight, Vamp is one of these movies that I know about, but I've never seen. Let's watch the trailer for it.
Hey,
Hey, where are we going? Doesn't matter. What counts is that you're my buddy.
My day didn't start off too well.
We be looking for ya.
Aren't we jumpy tonight?
And then it got worse.
We're here.
And then...
Gentlemen, I give you Katrina.
You're just what I'm looking for.
Why'd you pick on us? It was a mistake. It was a little error there, a little communication error. I'm sorry. Uh-oh.
Let's just get out of here. This is not really happening.
Hello, baby.
God, you look awful. What happened to you?
I was nearly hung. I got into a fight with a psychotic albino. I hit a cockroach, my best friend disappeared, and then I'm nearly assassinated by a runaway elevator.
Oh, this
Anyone
looks
can
awesome.
Have enough night?
This is fantastic!
That, a comedy with bite. And of course, Grace Jones.
It's got to be set in New York, right? This looks awesome. Two fraternity pledges travel to a sleazy bar in search of a stripper for their college friends. Unaware it is occupied by vampires. Wow, vampires. Directed by Richard Wenk. This guy. Who has done The Equalizer, The Expendables, The Equalizer 2, The Equalizer 3. He really took his career in a different direction, didn't he? From Vamp to The Equalizer and The Expendables. Magnificent Seven. Jack Reacher. Okay. Started doing just action movies. Interesting. Cemetery Man. Death Spa. This is something I see a lot. A lot. Recommended to me, but I've never watched it. Has anybody out there seen Death Spa before?
Killing yourself isn't so hard, really.
Come to me, I need you. Jump, jump, jump.
Death Spa. Welcome to the health club where you'll sweat blood.
Never work without a spotter, Freddie. Weight falls on your chest and you can really get squashed.
It's the place for a killer workout. An unquiet spirit reaches out from beyond the grave.
Welcome to my party.
For revenge.
I will destroy this place. And I'll kill them all. Unless you do as I say.
Bro, this looks ridiculous in the best way.
Death Spa. An exercise in terror.
A fantastic weight reduction program. People get so thin they disappear.
Nice. Yeah, I need to watch that.
Note is now nominated for Best.
The list is too damn long, Frank. There's so much horror out there to watch. Look, Killer Workout, which is like apparently another thing kind of like that. Bloody Muscle Bodybuilder in Hell. I think this is on Shudder. Frank's getting coal this year. Yeah. I feel like he got coal last year too. All right, so that was something. Death's Ball. All right, let me see. See if we can take a turn. And watch something educational here. Yeah, you just keep getting coal every year for some reason. You don't know why. Yeah, Constantine's actually a pretty good movie with Keanu Reeves. I actually like Constantine. Let's watch something about vampires. Trying to see if I can find something interesting here for us to watch. Do I think that Count Orlok will be flying any planes in Nosferatu? Well, I gotta say, if it was written by Stephen King, he would most definitely be flying an airplane. You're gonna buy some Dr. Pepper? Like right this minute? You should buy some Dr. Pepper. I'm pretty sure Frank is a Dr. Pepper guy. We alternate Dr. Pepper and Pepsi in my house. Do one or the other. But Dr. Pepper's delicious. Dr. Pepper, Red Bull, Pepsi, and coffee. So I do want to watch something vampire related that I found here in just a minute. But what we do need to talk about real quick is, before we do that, I want to talk a little bit about Santa Jaws. So if you were here on the last Friday Night Creepshow, Santa Jaws was our movie of the week. Yaz, every Friday Night Creepshow, we find us a Cinema Creep Film Club movie, which means we find us a movie that we're all going to watch away from stream. And then on the following Friday night, we review, we rate it, we talk about it. So let's go ahead and let's talk about Santa Jaws a little bit. Silverbat, coffee break, sounds great. So Jet, did you watch Santa Jaws? Frank, did you watch Santa Jaws? Nick, did you watch Santa Jaws? Because it's okay if you didn't, but I'm going to give you my take on it. All right, chat. So, Santa Jaws from 2018. It is TV PG. So, 1 hour, 28 minutes long, and the synopsis was, trying to survive his family Christmas, Cody makes a wish to be alone, which ends up backfiring when the shark manifests and kills his entire family. All right, so this was our Cinema Creep film of the week. I'm going to talk a little bit about it, and well, doesn't seem like anybody watched it but me, and you guys didn't do your homework. You're killing me. You're killing me. So that's okay, because what you see here is basically what you get. And I would hate to talk about it and spoil it for you guys, but I'm going to tell you all about it so you don't have to watch it and you do not have to waste your time. Now, Santa Jaws, right, sounds a lot more gnarly than it turned out to be. You know, it had, I think, a lot more potential in its ideation than its actual finished state, I guess. So I'm going to give Santa Jaws a 1.5 creeps out of 5. Now, what I didn't like about this movie was, with a name like Santa Jaws, I was hoping that it would be a little bit more horror, or feel a little bit more like horror. Like, there is a shark that kills people in this, right? But this movie feels very, very, very low budget, which you kind of get with a movie like Santa Jaws, but it just doesn't feel like it actually has like a real story. You got this kid here, I don't remember his name, but he draws comic books, right? And he draws Santa Jaws, and he draws it with this gifted pen that has these magical powers. I think that's this scene right here. And he's drawing Santa Jaws, and he's basically talking about how he wishes he lived alone and he didn't have family. Very Kevin McAllister-like, right? So, Yaz, we haven't figured out a film yet. We're going to pick it together before the stream is over. So, he draws this Santa Jaws thing, very Kevin McAllister-like, because he has an obnoxious, annoying family. And lo and behold, with the gifted pen that he has, he brings Santa Jaws to life, and Santa Jaws starts attacking his family. And the first victim to go is his dear old grandfather, which is... Oh, look, here he is drawing Santa Jaws. He's basically saying, I wish my family was dead.
Can't stand her. They don't care about me.
They don't care about me. Yeah.
Better off alone.
He's better off alone. So he has this magical pen.
Isn't that right, Santa Jaws?
Right? And he's drawing this Jaws with a Christmas hat and this little testicle ball on its head. And he's saying, hey, like, yeah, Frank, laugh it up. Laugh it up. I am the only one that watched it. Now, Santa Jaws comes to life, like I said. And one of the things I want to note in this movie is that not only does Santa Jaws come to life, but I'm not totally sure that they thought through whether Santa Jaws is... Well, let me rephrase this. So there's nothing realistic about Santa Jaws, okay? But some parts in the movie, it's like they're at a lake, not at the ocean. Some parts of the movie, it's like they're like at a river and not at the ocean. But yet Jaws, this shark, Santa Jaws, is like swimming in it and attacking people. Like this scene here.
Or you just get better.
Right? This is not the ocean. And you can say, I mean, you could argue that, yeah, maybe that's like an inlet that like goes out to the ocean. That's a motherfucking swamp. Like that is like a Louisiana or Florida swamp. You can't fool me. Look at this. There's no way this leads to the ocean. I mean, maybe, but I'm not even mad about how unrealistic Santa Jaws is. I'm mad at stuff like that.
Nothing. I got Papa. Something attacked Papa at the bay this morning. A great white shark attacked Papa. We were at the fishing hole, and something grabbed him and pulled him into the water.
Sure, Mr. Dreyfus. How big was the beast?
Frank, don't you ever talk about something so scary as swamp sharks.
Exactly. It's savage.
That's terrifying.
It almost got me.
American swamp shark.
You guys need to end.
So this movie is really, really shitty, guys, and not in a good way. It is 2 steps below Meth Gator. So this guy, that young kid who brought Santa Jaws to life, ends up getting with his friends and getting with his brother, and they they start trying to fight this shark, right? And it ends with redemption, as these movies always do, right? Oh, was it a dream? I don't know. Maybe. So, if you feel inclined that you want to watch Santa Jaws, I would say skip it. This movie, like I said, is 1.5 out of 5 creeps for me. And I'm a little curious why nobody else watched it. Did you guys just say, I ain't got time for that? Or did you guys just, really not have time for that? I think we need to focus on picking a little bit better movie for the film of the week this week. I would say that it's just bad. I wouldn't watch it. It's not really so funny. It's bad. It's just bad. Why does my light keep going out right here? That's why I keep reaching up here. There's a light above me and keeps going out. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, so I'm kind of glad you guys didn't watch it. Kind of glad you didn't waste your time. So Yaz dyed their hair cherry red today. Awesome. Did you get it like all over your forehead and like all over your neck and your ears and all over the shower and all over the bathroom? Well, so I wish it would have been a good movie so I could have been like, you guys missed out on Santa Jaws. That's what I wish. That's what I wish. I wish it would have been phenomenal since I'm the only one that watched it. And then, you guys would have just been left out in the cold. And I'd been like, too bad, Cinema Creep community. Santa Jaws was gnarly. 5 stars. Best movie I've ever seen. I should just start doing that. Giving like fake reviews and be like, oh, it's phenomenal. And then you guys will go watch it. Yeah, you got to be careful with dyeing stuff like that. It could stain your shower. It could stain everything. So, Yaz, how is the singing career coming along? So, Vamp is on Tubi. So, appreciate that, Jet. You checking that out. Do y'all want to watch Vamp for the film of the week this week? Is this something you guys would actually watch? Jaws was based on a true story about a shark that traveled inland. So I'm going to say based on a true story, and then the part that wasn't based on the true story was the whole traveling inland to the fresh water. Was the fake part of that story. Jet says, I watched Santa Jaws and it should have been dumber. Yeah, I agree with you. If it would have been dumber, it would have been more fun, right? So, like, again, like Meth Gator was really, really dumb. This was worse than Meth Gator, but at least Meth Gator was self-aware, right? This did not seem self-aware. This just seemed bad. All right, so here we go. Here's what we're going to do. I am not going to have a hand in what we watch this week. Death Spa is on Tubi. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to vote. All right, you guys vote on that, and that little poll that I just put up in chat, and then, whatever wins is what we'll pick and what we'll watch. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play this for 2 minutes. I gotta go handle something real quick. I've got to go move some laundry around the laundry room. So I'm gonna play this vampire documentary because this is what I wanted to watch anyways. Where was it at? And I'll be right back. Let me find this. Here we go. I hope they don't
Milo's Rewards is here. Join for free today
shut me
and unlock
down while
member
I'm
perks
gone.
from the
I'll be
palm of
gone
your
like
hand. With every
2 or 3
purchase, all
minutes.
members earn points towards Milo's money.
One would think that modernity and the
I'll be back, and if this
Enlightenment
sucks,
would be
we'll
the
change
great
it.
period in which all monsters, spirits, devils, and goblins, and gods for that matter, would, after millennia of their rule, finally go extinct. That rationalism in the new science and social emancipation would certainly spell the doom to superstition, magic, and eventually religion itself would wither on the vine. And yet, it would be precisely modernity and Enlightenment values that would provide us one of the most terrifying and enduring monsters of the contemporary period, the vampire. But the vampire of today, from Stoker to Anne Rice to, God forbid, the Twilight series, is a far cry from the earliest vampire reports in history. Let's rewind the clocks before Carmilla, before Varney the Vampire, before Dracula, before Polidori, back to the hinge of the 18th century to explore a few of the first accounts of the living dead preying upon the regular living, and how the vampire craze that erupted in the heart of Enlightenment Western Europe left its mark on both philosophy and theology. I should also mention that Philip over at Let's Talk Religion and I were chatting back and forth about what we wanted to do for our kind of Halloween-themed episode, and independently, we both landed on vampires. So, great minds, demented minds think alike, apparently. So you should also make sure to go check out Philip's episode on vampires as a kind of general introduction to the topic. Of course, I'll be doing my esoterica thing, diving deep into the early history of vampires and the theological and philosophical impact they would have in the Enlightenment. But also, I often get the question, are you going to cover any Islamic mysticism here at Esoterica, like the Shams al-Marif? The answer, generally speaking, is no, not really. And the reason why is that you can check out Philip's channel, Let's Talk Religion. He covers Islamic mysticism and Islamic occultism and the Islamic occult sciences wonderfully. So if you're interested in that topic, again, another reason to check out Philip's channel over at Let's Talk Religion. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, or just strange things in history like vampires, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics here in esotericism for free on YouTube, I'd hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon with a one-time donation over at PayPal, perhaps. You can use the super thanks option below the video, or you can pick up some of our cool black metal style merch over at the store tab. But now, let's turn to the origins of the vampire. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Of course, the vampire legend was not born out of whole cloth. Tales of malevolent spirits that attack the living from beyond
Is this
the grave
boring,
were,
or is this
frankly, ancient.
gonna be good?
Ditto those of creatures that consume the blood of the living, like the ancient Lamia, and even revenants who are said to emerge bodily.
Because this dude looks boring as hell.
Tombs. I mean, even ancient Ishtar threatens to unleash the living dead to consume the living if she's not allowed through the gates of the underworld. Tales like this are extremely ancient. However, none of these beings can be said to be, well, vampires in a strict sense. Even the mysterious term, vampire, borrowed from some very unknown Slavic roots into French through the etymology, as I mentioned, just remains debated to this day, reveals that there probably was no singular Ur-vampire legend, that it was a cluster of folklore with regional variants abounding from the Upirs of the Balkans to the Vrykolakas of the Aegean. Lots of species of the genus vampire. In some of the legends, the vampire is said to physically rise from the dead and attack the living, often starting out with family members and then fanning out through the community, with those being attacked sometimes.
So I feel like I can find a better vampire documentary.
Livestock, and the people that eat that livestock become vampires. The nature of those attacks vary from blood drinking, as is common, but it's just as common for them to be strangled or suffocated by the vampire while sleeping. In other cases, the entity is just bothersome, pinching people in the night. In other cases still, the physical body of the vampire remains in the grave the entire time, but a spectral, mystical body goes out on the prowl, somehow mystically filling the vampire's body and even their grave with gore. Though the earliest narratives about the ravenous undead are
like your father did in 1980. Yeah, but I came back.
As unnerving. The vampire legend, especially as it becomes increasingly codified through the 18th century, went through a period of rather rapid mutation. So getting back to the earliest legends is quite difficult. However,
this sucks. Okay, let me find us something else to watch. That was terribly, terribly boring. Sorry, I had to go move some clothes to the dryer. Well, it wasn't clothes, it was like blankets, but I'm in charge of the blankets tonight. Top responsibility. Got to make sure they get dry. And to be honest with you guys, I kind of forgot for a while, so I had to make sure they get moved over. All right, so we can either watch something about archaeologists uncover vampire corpses mutilated at burial. Or let me see here. You figure there would be more vampire stuff on YouTube, but there's really not. There's really not a whole lot of vampire stuff. The real-life origins of vampires?
In an age of science, one tale of the...
I don't know. Do you guys remember those... do you guys remember those... Was it teenagers, young adults that thought they were vampires that killed all those people in the 90s? What was their names? Vampire murders of the 90s. Does anybody else remember that? Let me see if I can find out their name. Let me see, hang on. Teens that thought they were vampires. Anybody remember that? It's the 90s. Rod Farrell. Here we go. So if everybody's voted, it looks like Death Spa has won a 60 to 40%. Wow, this is bright. All right, so this guy. Does anybody remember this case right here? American murderer and cult leader. He was a member of a loose-knit gang of teenagers from Murray, Kentucky, known as the Vampire Clan. Farrell claimed to be a 500-year-old vampire named Vizago, a character he created for himself after becoming obsessed with the role-playing game Vampire the Masquerade. It was his mother, Sandra Gibson, who first introduced this game to Rod in 1998. Farrell pleaded guilty to the double slaying of a couple from Eustis, Florida, becoming the youngest person in Florida on death row at the time. Originally sentenced to death, Farrell's penalty has since been reduced to life imprisonment. In 2023, he married Stephanie Farrell. So this guy thought he was a vampire, and he killed people because of it. Do y'all remember this case at all? Yeah, just goth kids. Which movie did I vote for? I didn't vote. I'm letting you guys do the vote. I can't vote in these polls. Anyways, it won't let me. So when I put the polls up in chat, it won't let me vote. So this was called the, hang on, American Murder. Vampire Cults. That's what I'm looking for. Give me just a second, chat. All right, let's see if we can watch this. You guys into watching this about vampire cults? Gives us something a little bit different. Oh, you're talking about like the church burnings and all of that. Norwegian black metal. Talking about Varg. Oh man, you're making me want to watch something about mayhem now. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to spend the rest of the stream watching something on Mayhem, the black metal band that did the murders and the church burnings and all that. Or we're going to watch about the Kentucky vampire cults. You guys pick. I'm down for either. I've watched things on both. Now, Mayhem, they have that movie that's based off of them called Lords of Chaos. Have you guys ever seen that? I think it has Kieran Culkin. It's this movie here. It's actually pretty solid. I mean, the guys that were in the band hate it. Rory Culkin, not Kieran Culkin, the youngest Culkin brother. Yeah, so this movie is pretty decent. If you guys have never seen it, it's worth the watch. So Yaz says, watch the Mayhem documentary. Okay, we'll find a Mayhem one then. Yeah, I recommend watching this, though, if you haven't seen it. So if it was up to me, what movie would have I voted for? I think that I want to see both of them, and I haven't seen either, so I probably would have voted for Vamp first, but then I also want to see Death's Ball, so I'm happy with either one. It kind of does, doesn't it? Let's go back and let's look at those covers side by side. All right, so here is the cover for Lords of Chaos. right? And then let's look at the Crow remake.
Big news for Mahomes. I'm
switching no. No. I could have swore that there was a poster or something that looked like that. I still haven't seen this. Oh, kind of like that right there. Yeah, it does kind of look like that. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you that I think Mayhem is wild. That band is wild. So from somebody that listens to metal, listens to death metal, listens to black metal, I'm not the biggest Mayhem fan. You know, black metal is something that you got to be careful with when listening to it, because there's a lot of like, there's a lot of really like racial stuff. You know, there's a lot of Nazis in black metal. And when I say Nazis, I don't mean like the buzzword type of Nazi. I mean like literal Nazis in black metal. So you got to be careful who you listen to. And the problem with Mayhem and like Burzum was that, you know, I think some of that kind of infiltrated its way into those bands back in the day. So, like, when it comes to black metal and that kind of stuff, you got to be careful. You got to really kind of research what you're listening to. It's more prevalent, you know, back then and in the early, you know, 90s and stuff like that. But obviously, it's still out there. But you got to be careful with what you listen to. Yeah, so what we're gonna do is we'll pick let's see. I guess we'll just have to see which movie comes out ahead. Right now, Deathball's winning. Obviously we can't watch either one on stream for the simple fact of we'll get shut down, but it's what our film of the week's gonna be, is this poll. So yeah, you got to be careful with black metal and other stuff, but you know, people that assume it's all, you know, I guess racist music is terribly mistaken, because it's not. The thing about it is a lot of, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. Like, a lot of black metal is steeped in nationalism ideals, and with nationalism ideals comes a lot of radical racist ideals as well, right? And that's the problem, is some of these countries, they're very conservative nationalists, and a lot of times when you have a population like that, they frown upon like outsiders or anybody doing anything different than what their country was founded on, right? And then a lot of racist tension comes out of that. Now, black metal, which is strange how that kind of was its own sort of like subculture, and it's sort of they were outsiders of society, would even have these like racist ideas, but somehow they did, and it's really weird. Let me see. So does that mean they hate their music genre name, Frank? Yeah, they hate it that it's called black metal. All right, let me see if I can't find a quick documentary on these guys. I know there's one online that we can probably watch on YouTube. I think a lot of people... Here we go. This is called 10 Years of Mayhem. It has 1.1 million views. It's by a YouTube channel called Resonant Peak. So we'll watch this. And this is 57 minutes long, so this is probably how we'll end up...
It's ideology.
You know, rounding out the stream tonight. So if you like music, if you like black metal, if you like just weird stories, this is it for you guys. So let's sit back and check this out.
Few kinds of music evoke such a vivid image as Norwegian black metal. The harshness of its sound only matched by its ideology, a permanent quest to become as extreme as possible. This ideology was the creation of a group of metalhead teenagers that, knowingly or not, pioneered a subgenre of music with the sole purpose of turning the majority of people away from it. However, the process of weeding out the uncommitted attracted those willing to act on their impulses, leading to extreme antisocial behavior that spiraled out of control and became a worldwide scandal. Murder, arson, and other unsavory topics were permanently tied to black metal and became synonymous with the band at the center of it all, Mayhem. These controversies, fueled by relentless media coverage, eclipsed the struggles and achievements of the young musicians behind the headlines. Although labeled satanic terrorists by the newspapers and magazines, they were largely unorganized, and the motives for their crimes ranged from internal group conflicts to morbid curiosity. But perhaps most interesting of all, none of the satanic terrorists actually worshipped Satan. So how exactly did such violence become intertwined with black metal, and what role did Mayhem play in the events that took place in the quiet and peaceful Norwegian villages?
Damn ads.
Mayhem's founding members had very different ambitions than high-profile crimes and tabloid headlines. Jorn Stubberud and Kjetil Mannheim lived in a small village called Langhus, close to the country's capital, Oslo. They played bass and drums respectively and started a rock band together called Musta, meaning black in Finnish. This band would last 4 years, and within that period, they discovered music from Motorhead and Black Sabbath, as well as artists with a harder edge to their sound, like Dead Kennedys, Bathory, Hellhammer, and Venom.
Bathory's sick. I don't know if any of you guys listen
With
to
lyrics
Bathory or not.
about witchcraft and overt Satanism, Venom left the biggest impression on Jorn and Kjetil and inspired them to play faster, heavier, and more outrageous music. Although Venom didn't take their image or message too seriously, the young musicians wanted to believe otherwise. Musta were determined to surpass their idols and wouldn't make that a reality until meeting their guitar player and main creative force, Øystein Aarseth. Jørn went to the neighboring town of Ski to audition for another band. There he met Øystein, who went to pick him up at the train station and take him to the audition's address. A few minutes of talking while on their way to the audition was all they needed to realize they had to start a band together. Both of them wanted to make their own music and even knew the same cover songs. Jørn was surprised they didn't know about each other despite living so close. They became friends on the spot, and Mayhem formally started in 1984. Named after Venom's song Mayhem with Mercy, the band had found its first lineup, but wouldn't play their first live performance until mid-April of 1985 as part of the Norwegian Championships of Rock, a small music contest held at the cinema in Øystein's town. Eirik Norheim, going by the stage name Messiah, provided vocals for the Venom and Celtic Frost covers that formed this setlist. Clad in black leather, inverted crosses, and proto-corpse paint, Mayhem delivered a performance most of the audience weren't prepared for. Eirik Messiah repeatedly taunted the audience. Jørn snapped his bass in half, and Øystein let them know how he truly felt about their award show.
Well,
they came in last place of the competition.
We're getting banned on Twitch again.
But it was only a matter of time before they met someone who understood what they wanted to do and helped them establish connections with other like-minded people all over the world and further Mayhem's influence. The man responsible for helping Mayhem develop was Jon Christiansen, better known as Metallion, who was entirely responsible for writing, designing, and distributing an independent music magazine called Slayer. Metallion met Mayhem outside of a Motorhead concert in 1985, after Jørn and Øystein bought Slayer from him. A few months later, and with the help of some acquaintances, Metallion spoke with Jørn on the phone and was eventually invited to their rehearsal space. They bonded over music and horror films. As their friendship grew, Mayhem was featured several times very positively on Metallion's magazine. The scene proved so popular among the underground that many other scenes started emerging from the Scandinavian region, citing Slayer as an influence. This success would help spread interest in Mayhem before a single recording was in circulation. The members adopted pseudonyms like other metal bands had done before them, and to make their names easier to pronounce for non-Norwegians. These alternate identities appeared on issues number 3 and 4 of the Slayer scene. Jørn became Necrobutcher. Kjetil went with his last name, Mannheim. Their temporary vocalist, Eirik, kept Messiah, and Øystein went a step further, dyed his hair black, and was briefly known as Destructor, but ultimately dubbed himself after a lesser-known demon of Greek origin found in Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible as Euronymous. Although Mayhem knew about the Church of Satan movement and even ordered a copy of the Satanic Bible from America, they were not affiliated or practiced anything resembling organized religion. They were curious about its contents, but found themselves disappointed. LaVey's book seemed far too tame for them. Much like Venom, Mayhem loosely adopted the book's anti-society and anti-religion ideals, a fitting match for any young band wanting to rebel against the conservative and Christian society of Norway. Satanism was just another color in their creative palette, and they made good use of it on their first official release, the rehearsal cassette tape Pure Fucking Armageddon in 1986. Exhibiting the limitations of a boombox microphone recording, PFA's raw, unedited sound proved very divisive among the few people aware of the band's existence. Its audio quality was universally criticized by fanzine editors, but some gave favorable reviews towards its primitive take on death metal. But their true breakthrough came a year later with Death Crush. Gore, necrophilia, the Antichrist, and chainsaws. For a death metal recording, Death Crush was fairly eclectic.
What do you play in the
Among
band?
the
I play
tracks,
the
it
Death
featured
Saw.
an electronic drum composition by Tangerine Dream's Konrad Schnitzler, a feat Einstein accomplished after visiting Schnitzler's home uninvited and waiting outside until Schnitzler and his wife let him in out of pity. A solo piano performance by band's drummer Shetil, and, with humor not lost on them, an improvised a cappella cover of All the Little Flowers Are Happy by Cliff Richard and the cast of the British sitcom The Young Ones. After a brief microphone placement and volume check, Mayhem recorded what some regard as the biggest influence in Norwegian black metal, despite not sounding very much like the former.
Oh, black metal. So serious, so dark.
Now recorded on more favorable conditions, the sound quality received a massive upgrade, despite the recording engineers not knowing how to mix this kind of music. For the piercing, banshee-like vocals, Mayhem invited former vocalist Messiah, as well as Damage Inc. fanzine editor Sven Erik Christiansen, going by the stage name Maniac, whose Septic Cunts demo tape greatly impressed Einstein. Death Crush cost an approximate 5,000 Norwegian crowns, paid entirely by Jörn, who was the only member with a job. After recording was done, they pressed their
5,000 Norwegian crowns. How much is that in American dollars? Hang on. Let's look this up real quick. Why does other countries get such cool sounding currency? Crowns? Hang on. I got to look this up. So how many 1 crown to US dollar? Why does it have to be so difficult? Oh man, hang on. How many US dollars is this is a pain in the ass. Hang on. Okay, here is our calculator for this. This is almost comical, and I think this is in today's money. All right, so check this out. 5,000 crowns is $14.91 US. So I know that's probably really freaking hard to see, but yeah, so it cost them, about $15 to make their album. That explains a lot. All right, back to the show.
Record on vinyl out of their own pocket. It was at this time that one of Einstein's ambitions was beginning to materialize. Since they didn't have a record label backing them up, he decided to release Death Crush under his own, Poser Corps Music, Inc. Poser Corps was only a name, but it was Einstein's intention to expand into a recording label business and release other artists' music. And being independent didn't come without its problems. The cover for the album was supposed to be an intense blood red color, but the printing shop made it hot pink. For a cover displaying a pair of severed hands, they found the color to be distasteful. So distasteful that they ended up liking it out of spite. Adding insult to injury, Einstein's name was missing from the sleeves, so he had to write his name by hand on each one of the 1,000 copies. It also included a brief dedication to Metallion for all his support. Now tasked with the arduous labor of promoting an underground record by themselves, Jörn and Eystein were aided by Metallion, visiting his contacts over Europe, talking face-to-face in an effort to network for gigs and interviews, as well as selling as many copies of Death Crush as possible. Slowly, the word got out, and Eystein started to have ample mail correspondence. PFA and Death Crush received mixed to negative reviews from foreign magazine writers, including Metal Forces, but was more favorably received among hardcore fanzines, describing Mayhem as having a cult following. While Jörn and Eystein were completely devoted to the band, this wasn't the case for the rest of the members. Mayhem had existed for over 3 years, and Kjetil didn't want to continue, as he felt the band had run its course. He quit shortly after Death Crush's recording to focus on finding a job for financial stability and to live with his girlfriend. Sven Eirik did the same due to living over 250 kilometers away, making rehearsing and recording very difficult. Both of them left on good terms and remained in contact with Eystein for years after. As a result of these departures, Jörn and Eystein recruited temporary drum and vocal replacements from the thrash band Vomit, but they didn't match the serious tone Mayhem was going for and only stayed for a couple of months, until one day Jörn received the most bizarre package he had ever seen. The package that reached Jörn's P.O. box in Langhus contained the rotting corpse of a mouse, crucified in a makeshift cross made of wooden sticks. Along with this sick present, there was a cassette tape from the Swedish band called Morbid. Jörn couldn't handle the smell, so he threw the box away and the contact information with it, but kept the tape, and after listening to it in his car, was convinced they had found their new vocalist. Per Yngve Olin, about to be 19 years old, was the singer on this tape and the one responsible for the Rodent's crucifixion. He read a review about Mayhem in the Metal Forces magazine and became a big fan of their music, so he sent the tape in order to audition for them as a vocalist. The Swedish singer fit the more extreme direction Eystein was looking for, and Metallion contacted him after writing about his band Morbid on his fanzine. Metallion developed a strong friendship with Per, or as his friends nicknamed him, Pelle. Over a couple of months of phone conversations, enough trust was formed, and Pelle went to rehearse with Mayhem in the winter of 1987. But this was a one-way trip. He moved to Norway right away, abandoning his education and leaving his family behind in Sweden. He brought all his possessions with him, which, according to Jörn, wasn't even a full suitcase. He had to rotate houses for a while until Mayhem found a place to rent and move in together. Pelle did not know any Norwegian, so they had to speak English to understand each other, making communication even more awkward. At this time, Mayhem lived in what could be considered poverty, and whatever money they received from welfare was used to keep Eystein's growing network of correspondence afloat, and to have the bare minimum to eat and live. On that note, they seldom ate, especially Pelle, who deliberately avoided doing so in order to look as sickly and pale as possible. It was obvious from the beginning that Pelle's fascination with death and the afterlife was not for show. He had a near-death experience when he was younger, which he attributed to an injury which ruptured his spleen while ice skating. He had to be rushed to the hospital in a condition so critical he stopped breathing and lost his pulse. In this momentary death, he saw strange blue and white colors, unlike anything he had seen. After recovering, he went looking for answers and spoke to a friend of his who convinced him that he had an out-of-body experience and visited another plane of existence where only the dead can go. But Pelle wasn't telling the whole truth about how he got his injury. In reality, his ruptured spleen was the result of a severe beatdown, the culmination of harsh and constant bullying he suffered as a middle schooler. The incident was so bad he had to change schools right after, where he met his friends that formed Morbid with him. Those memories left him disturbed and enthralled with death. He channeled this vast source of inspiration through drawings, song lyrics, and his musician persona, Dead. And Dead was a full-fledged concept. Even though there were other bands who had a similar idea, he coined the term corpse paint to refer to his particular style of makeup. He also kept small, dead animals in bags that he would inhale in order to immerse himself in death before performing or recording. Pelle's persona was an invaluable asset for Øystein's vision of the band. Months later, still in 1988, Jan Axel Blomberg joined Mayhem after sending them a demo tape of his drum playing. Like Pelle, Jan Axel heard Death Crush and drove to Oslo to meet the band. Øystein particularly liked his double bass technique, a very straightforward affair. Mayhem called to welcome him the very next day. Since all the band members had pseudonyms, Jan Axel picked Hellhammer for himself. Once again, the lineup was complete and could begin to write and hopefully record new music. Up until now, Jörn wrote most of the lyrics, but quickly relegated the task to Pelle as his lyrics delved into the occult and had a darker, more personal edge. That same year, they recorded 2 new songs featuring Pelle's lyrics, Freezing Moon and Carnage. However, this recording wouldn't see the light of day until 2 years later, under the compilation Projections of a Stained Mind, made possible thanks to one of Pelle's former bandmates. This delay was a symptom of a much larger problem Øystein would have with Pelle over the next 3 years. Øystein was a perfectionist and described Mayhem's exhaustive creative process in interviews as rewriting the music until it could be rewritten no longer. He also spoke at length about several legs of the tour he had in mind for the band, like the USSR and South America, and to, hopefully, play in countries under stricter socialist regimes like Albania, China, Mongolia, North Korea, among others. In contrast, Pelle was often frustrated with how long it was taking them to write and release music, as well as questioning how realistic touring in such closed-off countries would be. Most of this tour schedule never materialized. In fact, Mayhem didn't play a gig for a little over 2 years since Pelle and Jan Axel joined the band. Most of that time was spent writing what would be Mayhem's third release and official debut, The Mysteries dom Satanas. Pelle chose the title most likely after a religious ritual magic book he was looking for called The Mysteries by Iamblichus. The band rented a house in the small village of Kurokstad to have their own rehearsal space. At first, Øystein, Pelle, and Jan Axel moved in to make use of the $1,200 rent they had to pay. Living in such close quarters made the friction between them grow to a point where Jan Axel moved out to his grandmother's house, only returning to rehearse. Even Øystein didn't stay there completely, as he often visited his parents' house over at Ski, an alternative Pelle did not have. He kept little contact with his family in Sweden, but wrote letters to some pen pals of his about records, flyers, as well as what little gigs they played. After a long time waiting, the band finally gave their first live show with their new lineup on February 3rd, 1990 in Jessheim, Norway. This gig introduced a mostly unsuspecting crowd to Mayhem's new stage show. They impaled decapitated pig heads on stakes, who were violently thrown around, and most notably, Pelle cut his arm with a knife on stage with the intention of pouring his blood on the front row, leaving only true fans in the audience. The prop was provided by Jörn, who only agreed to this antic knowing the knife was blunt and hoped Pelle wouldn't seriously hurt himself. It turned out Pelle was committed to his act, so after failing to cut himself with the knife, he broke a beer bottle and used its remains to digging his arm and finish the job the knife was set to do. The bleeding was so severe, he needed to be bandaged almost immediately with whatever cloth or rag was at hand at the venue. But this didn't stop him. He returned to sing the very last song of the set. What little was left of the audience after such a display were those who had anticipated Mayhem's performance for years. Among them were members of future bands that helped define the sound for black metal, including Darkthrone, Emperor, Immortal, and Thorns. Eystein was stoked with Pelle's performance and encouraged him in the hopes of furthering Mayhem's image as one, if not the most extreme metal band there ever was. Jörn, on the other hand, thought it went too far, and it wasn't worth the risk of such injuries for a vision of the band's future. This caused a rift in Jörn's and Eystein's friendship and would only worsen as time went on. What followed that performance was another gig in Sarpsborg, Norway, and a string of disastrous live shows in Germany and Turkey. Mayhem booked 6 gigs over Europe, happening between November and December of the same year. Due to poor planning and bad luck, only 4 gigs took place. During this tour, they were faced with several hurdles, such as traveling by trains that didn't have a toilet or a comfortable place to sleep, being detained by customs, made to pay fees and exchange money for local currencies at rip-off prices, not having access to showers or decent meals, getting lost in countries they didn't know the language of, playing for minuscule crowds, and in some instances, traveling several hundred kilometers to have the show cancelled by the police, or by the host band ditching them for a record deal signing taking place that same day. Just to name a few. 3 out of 4 gigs, all in Germany, did not pay. The only one that did was the one in Izmir, Turkey, for approximately $100, less than what Mayhem agreed to before playing. The Turkish host band had to sell their instruments to get this sum. Although the tour wasn't a complete failure, morale wasn't the highest by the time they returned to Norway. Back at their house in Kurokstad, infighting between Eystein and Pelle continued, followed by another period of inactivity that weathered Pelle's mental state. Eystein spent most of his time at the house developing the idea for a record shop under his label, now renamed Death Like Silence Productions, telling Pelle that once the shop was up and running, they would have the money to record further and improve their living situation. The other members knew most of it was empty talk, and Pelle wasn't tolerating Eystein's attitude anymore. He had been away from home for the better part of 3 years and had little to show for it. His father contacted him earlier to convince him to move back to Sweden, to study art at an alternative school. What he thought about all of this is a mystery, as he didn't tell his bandmates and became more reclusive than before. Easter arrived in early April, and the band members left for their respective homes to celebrate, except for Pelle. He didn't have a place to turn outside the band while living in Norway. He stayed that weekend alone at the Kurokstad home. He had a brief run-in with Jan Axel in Ski shortly after and told him he had bought a new knife, which he repeatedly described as very sharp. Their only neighbor in the Kurokstad area saw him too, and later told Jörn that Pelle seemed very happy. The night of the 8th of April 1991, Per Yngve Olin, aged 22, ended his own life. At first, he tried to slash his wrists and bleed out in the nearby forest, but in the end, he went inside the house and shot himself in the head with a shotgun that had been there since the band moved in. Øystein went back to check on him on Sunday afternoon and knocked on the door, waiting for Pelle to open since he had the only copy of the house's key. There was no answer. Later that day, Øystein called Jörn to ask him if Pelle wasn't at his house. He wasn't. He is surely hanging and dangling around his room, Øystein answered. An odd choice of words, Jörn thought to himself. The next Monday, Øystein grabbed a ladder and climbed towards Pelle's room, which had an open window. Upon reaching the top, he was met with the gruesome scene that the remains of the singer made. But before contacting the police, he went out of his way to drive back to the nearest town, buy a disposable camera, and return in order to take pictures of the morbid event. He rearranged the body with the shotgun for a future album cover and took pieces of the fragmented skull that were scattered within the room. These fragments would later become necklaces given to distinct individuals within the scene at his discretion. He called Jan Axel and Jörn, letting them know seemingly unfazed about what had transpired, as well as his intentions of using the photos of Pelle's corpse as an album cover for a Mayhem release. Pelle has gone home, said Øystein while on the phone with Jörn. Gone home? To Sweden? Replied Jörn. No. He killed himself. Shocked and repulsed by his bandmates' behavior, Jörn told Øystein to never contact him again until he destroyed those pictures. He effectively left the band right away. Pelle's funeral took place a few weeks after that in Stockholm, Sweden. Jörn attended. Jan Axel and Øystein did not. Limited to fanzines and letters, news from the suicide didn't spread right away. Those immediate to Mayhem found out as they helped clean Pelle's room, that for some reason was left as it was after the police retrieved the body. Øystein capitalized on the situation and mythologized the band and his persona Euronymous by letting rumors spread about him being the killer, and later attributing his bandmates' untimely death to such things as the scene being taken over by uncommitted fans or his supposed hatred for the world and everything which lives on it. The plans for opening up a shop for his record label came true mere months after Pelle's death in the summer of 1991. It would be called Helvete, meaning hell in Norwegian. His motivations were financial as well as social. The shop would function as a main gathering point for like-minded musicians and acquaintances. A number of people would help him set up the shop by donating vinyl records, chains, weapons, and other paraphernalia to decorate the interior. opening a specialty music shop in Oslo was an expensive and risky proposition, so he accepted a compromise in the form of selling records that weren't of his liking, namely death metal, much to his dismay. But the bands that would press their records and distribute under the Death Like Silence Productions label would be curated by him. The shop solidified Øystein, or Euronymous, as a big influence on the few people that were allowed inside. They were mostly teenagers who had seen Mayhem live or were curious about this new and still forming type of music. As an older figure and the leader of Mayhem, most bands looked up to him and changed the music they played originally to fit into the concept Øystein talked about constantly. The most notable example were the band Darkthrone, who despite their young age, were signed to the independent label Peacebeal Records and had already released an album. Originally a death metal band, Darkthrone completely changed their sound and image after hanging around in Helvete right after it opened. They recorded their second album, A Blaze in the Northern Sky, at Creative Studios, the same place Mayhem recorded Death Crush. The album was dedicated to Øystein. The fizzy guitars, tremolo picking riffs, and emphasis on a cold and hostile ambience made it a landmark in Norwegian black metal. The production was deliberately sparse and light on bass frequencies in order to achieve a colder sound. When presented with A Blaze in the Northern Sky, Peacebeal did not want to publish it due to it sounding weak and the wild stylistic shift Darkthrone had since their last record. But after threatening to release it under Øystein's label, Peacebeal yielded and released it in early 1992. All this being said, Øystein wasn't universally revered. Some of his older friends that helped him set up the shop and pay the rent were skeptical of his management skills. One of them was Stian Johansen, known as Occultus. He joined Mayhem as a bass player when Jørn left, but had an altercation with Øystein, which presumably ended in death threats. Despite his monetary contributions, he never saw a return in his investment and criticized Mayhem's long-standing tradition of inactivity. Those close to Øystein were a tightly knit group, and they learned to dismiss his threats as empty and impulsive. These sort of attitudes were either seen as normal or tolerated from younger members due to the ideas they surrounded themselves with and willingness to go along with the leaders of the group. Øystein and others within the group would sometimes refer to it as the Black Circle to make it seem organized, bigger, and more menacing than what it actually was. Very rarely did this group expand and welcome new members. One such occasion was when Øystein discovered a one-man band called Burzum, which left him so impressed that he talked the author, Count Grishnak, into releasing his debut album on DSP. Burzum was the creation of an 18-year-old named Christian Bykernes. Christian quickly became a prominent figure in the black metal community. He came from a different town, no one really knew who he was, and he had already catched Øystein's interest. Described as intelligent and kept to himself, the native from Bergen forged a working relationship with Øystein as the new bass player for Mayhem. At the same time, Øystein contributed a guitar solo for Burzum's self-titled album in the song War, and playing a gong by beating it with his fists in the song Dungeons of Darkness. He even was credited as co-producer in the first pressings of the album in March of 1992. They fueled each other's extreme tendencies and beliefs until one of them put their words into practice and started a series of infamous events
I wish
that
they would
set
just
the
hurry and
small
get to the murders
community
and the
on a
church
collision
burnings on
course
this.
towards national and international headlines. The rejection of Christianity that had been brewing since Mayhem's early years came to a boiling point with Christian's arrival. On June 6, 1992, newspapers reported the burning of one of Norway's buildings considered as cultural heritage, a staff church. Staff church was the name given to Christian churches built since the Middle Ages, fashioned with Scandinavian motifs like dragon head statues and roofing similar to reptile scales. Staff churches burning down was uncommon, but not unheard of. Since the entire construction of these traditional buildings is made out of wood, some of them had perished to natural causes like lightning strikes or human error like faulty electrical installation. But this wasn't the case. It was a premeditated act of violence by one or several of the members belonging to the small Norwegian black metal community in Oslo. The staff church that burned down was located in Christian's hometown, Bergen. As such, he was heavily suspected of being the culprit. The media found no connection to the black metal community though, leaving them unpunished and feeling empowered to continue their vandalism. Just over 2 months later, one member of the Black Circle would inadvertently outdo the burnings. This time by murder. Bård Eidtun was an 18-year-old known as Faust in the black metal circle. He was the drummer of the bands Emperor and Thorns, and had been working at Helvete for about a year since the opening in 1991. His bandmates at Emperor often mentioned Bård had a fascination with serial killers that had been developing for some time. Perhaps influenced by the church burnings a few months prior, on August 21st, he stabbed a man to death late at night while going back to his hometown, Lillehammer. The victim was Magd Andresen. While Bård was walking home through a park set up for the upcoming Winter Olympic Games, Andresen approached him, hinting at going somewhere private to have sexual relationships. Bård understood the homosexual man's advances, but instead of declining, he agreed, since he decided in that moment that he wanted to kill him. They walked far to an isolated part of the woods nearby the park. Once they were alone, Bård pulled out a knife he was carrying and stabbed Andresen multiple times in his stomach, neck, and back. Right after making sure the man was dead, he hurried back to his mother's house. Bård claims no one saw him return. He entered the house and washed the blood off himself and his clothes. His mother was asleep and didn't notice. The next afternoon, after Bård returned to Oslo, he told Øystein and Christian what he had done. This presumably pleased both of them, and they invited Bård to another church burning, this time in a nearby town in Oslo. The Holmenkollen Chapel was set ablaze in the early hours of the morning on August 23rd. Both the murder and the arson of the chapel left the police perplexed, as these crimes seemed to happen randomly and without leaving a trace. The motive for the murder wasn't clear, even for Bård. A combination of curiosity and acting on impulse. Several staff churches burned across Norway and Sweden through 1992 and early 1993, both as spontaneous actions of the Black Circle and indirectly from independent groups that never had contact with the black metal community in Oslo. This complete impunity allowed Mayhem to continue their arduous and extremely long process of writing and recording new music. Still working on De Mysteries dom Satanas, Øystein invited 2 more members to fulfill recording duties. From the band Thorns and former bandmate of Bård Eidtun, Snorre Ruk on second guitar, and from the Hungarian band Tormentor, Attila Csihar on vocals. Snorre joined in late 1992 and worked with Eystein on the riffs and the overall sound of guitars. He took several completed riffs from his project Thorns and adapted them for Mayhem. His style was influential, to say the least. Attila was a pen pal of Eystein for years before being invited to sing on Mayhem's The Mysteries. He only went to Norway for 2 weeks in order to rehearse and record in early 1993. His Hungarian accent and theatrical performance convinced Eystein to completely change the style of vocals that he had in mind from Pelle's original versions. The recording of The Mysteries was a thorough process. Aided by producer Eirik Hundvin, Mayhem recorded all instruments at Bergen's Greek Hall, a concert hall for orchestras and opera. Eystein and the producer went out of their way to find the best spots for recording every instrument in the concert hall. Drums were recorded at the main stage to capture the natural reverberations and give the drums a large, lush sound. For guitars, Eystein recorded several performances of the same rhythm guitar parts to sum them in order to get a bigger and denser sound, a practice known as overdubbing. The Mysteries was crafted carefully and was a cut above in terms of sound polish of its black metal contemporaries, who deliberately adopted a less produced sound for several reasons. While the recording of The Mysteries was happening, Christian described his time in Mayhem as very satisfactory and had been busy recording music for his own project, Burzum, since mid-1992. He also legally changed his name from Christian to Varg. Under this new name, he set out to gather publicity for his upcoming Burzum release, Oske, meaning ashes in Norwegian. The cover art blatantly featured the torched Van Toft Staff Church, and adding insult to injury, the first 1,000 copies came with a lighter. Varg's first step was to contact local news reporters in his hometown of Bergen, claiming to know who was behind multiple arsons since last year and the murder of the homosexual man in Lillehammer. The two reporters couldn't sell the story to the newspaper, Bergens Tidende, but it caught the attention of another reporter called Finn Bjørn Tondir, who was informed by the police months prior about an arson that happened on Christmas Eve of 1992. Finn convinced the reporters to arrange a second interview with Varg, where Finn would assure Varg that he would get the exposure he wanted as long as what he said about the burnings could be cross-referenced with the police report. Varg allegedly gave information that linked the black metal community at Oslo with several arsons and the murder of Magne Andresen. While being careful in admitting guilt or mentioning any names, Varg made it abundantly clear that there were several people involved, and the attacks on the churches were of anti-Christian nature. This sparked the interest of both the police and the media to start investigating this alleged group of satanic terrorists that were on the loose. The same day the Bergens Tidende article came out, police arrested Varg in order to get a confession. Finn Tondir said he protected his source, and the police arrived at suspecting Varg independently, while Varg maintains that the reporter gave the police his home address, along with other information for his arrest to take place. Varg was incarcerated for 6 weeks, but was let go free of charges in early March since he didn't confess to any crimes and police lacked physical evidence to convict him. While in custody, he declared his claims on the interview with Finn were a complete fabrication and was just a publicity stunt for his upcoming album. Burzum's Oske was released right after Varg was set free. All this media attention got the police department on alert for any suspicious activity that could be linked to Satanism, especially if it related to Bark's acquaintances. The pressure made Eystein close his shop, presumably at the request of his parents, in order to keep a low profile until things calmed down. But, as if pouring gasoline on a fire, on March 27th, an interview for Kerrang, one of the most popular rock magazines at the time, was published, with a prominent photo of Bark alongside a headline reading, "Arson, Death, Satanic Ritual, The Ugly Truth About Black Metal." The interviews with Eystein and Bark, as well as background research, were credited to 3 different people. The outlandish claims of the musicians that were so common in fanzines were perceived very differently on an article with worldwide exposure, even if the report was presented more as a tabloid than an interview. Whether Eystein and Bark were telling the truth or not, it mattered very little to the massive influx of curious readers worldwide and the Norwegian residents who picked up on the story after the constant local coverage. Bark became frustrated at Eystein's response to the coverage, claiming
chainmail.
he did it to boost sales for his own music and to help Helvete solve some of its debt. Eystein was understandably angry at Bark for making the police aware of their crimes and the constant scrutiny that they were now facing. Their relationship soured and got worse as summer approached. Bark
Somebody's
was
gonna
already
die.
considering releasing Bursem's upcoming music through another label. He even went to the UK in April to negotiate a multi-album record deal with Earache Records. The people at Earache got cold feet after speaking to him and finding his political views too radical and incompatible with the label. He chose to release under his own label later on. Many people in the inner circle noticed the animosity between Bark and Eystein, but weren't sure what it was about. On August 9, Snorre received a phone call from Eystein while visiting Bark's house in Bergen. Eystein told him that he wanted to kill Bark. Snorre knew this threat was likely empty and done in a fit of anger. Unbeknownst to both of them, Bark overheard their conversation. Regardless of Eystein's true intentions, Bark took the threat seriously and devised a plan to kill Eystein that night preemptively. He would drive from Bergen to Eystein's apartment building in Oslo and would convince him to let him in order to discuss his contract with Death Like Silence Productions. Once inside, he would attack the unsuspecting leader of Mayhem. Snorre and another unnamed person that were at Bark's house tried to persuade him of not going through with his plan, but it was no use. Bark coerced both of them to take part in the scheme. Snorre was in a very delicate state of mind at the time, alluding, but not admitting, to having psychiatric issues and being under a lot of stress. Compounding this, he suffered from a rare stomach disease that made him have low blood sugar levels constantly, affecting his personality and possibly his decision-making. Bark's peer pressure was the last factor that made him a conscious accomplice. Snorre agreed to drive alongside Bark to Eystein's apartment to carry out the crime. The third person, who wasn't a known musician in the scene, stayed in Bergen and would provide an alibi for Snorre and Bark. The drive was at least 7 hours. They arrived at the very early hours of the morning. Bark got out of the car and rang Eystein's apartment number through the intercom. A wary and confused voice answered. Bark said he had come to talk and that Eystein should let him in. Eystein said it was late and that he should come back some other day. Bark insisted again. After some back and forth, Eystein reluctantly let him in. They talked for a while about the contract before Bark pulled out a knife and stabbed Eystein multiple times in his back, neck, and head. During the struggle, a lamp broke and the glass cut one of the main arteries in Eystein's foot, as well as leaving several puncture wounds on his body. In the early hours of the morning of the 10th of August 1993, Eystein Arseth, aged 25, was found dead on the stairs of the apartment building. Later that day, while Bard was about to visit Eystein, he was met with police officers and patrols parked outside the building. News rushed to the community, leaving most of them on edge, unsure if they were now targets of the mystery killer. Rival extreme metal scenes from Sweden and Finland were suspected, but it was just a matter of time before the police followed the trail Bark left behind. He left his contract signed and dated at Eystein's apartment. A full police investigation went underway. The police interrogated regulars at Helvete, including teenagers that were persuaded into giving incriminating testimony for the church burnings, the murder of the man in Lillehammer, and Eystein's last days. Once the police had several testimony accounts, including Snorre's, and they confirmed Bark's fingerprints in the blood at the crime scene, they had enough evidence to arrest him once again, the 19th of August 1993. The media coverage truly exploded after Bark's arrest. The following months saw the court hearing for many of the musicians involved in several crimes over the years, and effectively put most of the Norwegian black metal scene on a standstill. Among the most notable are Bård Eidun, who confessed the murder of Magne Andresen and received a 14-year sentence. Snorre Ruk received 8 years for his participation in Eystein Arseth's murder. His sentence was lowered after taking into consideration his medical condition and general mental instability. Bark Vikernes was convicted for the murder of Eystein Arseth, the arson of the Åsane Church, Holmenkollen Chapel, and the Skjold Church, as well as several robberies and illegal possession of weapons and explosives. He was given 21 years in prison, Norway's longest possible sentence. The hearing took place almost a year after his arrest in April and May of 1994. A few days before his death, Eystein gave a fanzine interview where he made a rather ominous statement about the future of black metal. When questioned about black metal becoming a trend, Eystein answered, "Those who talk about a big black metal trend here should keep silent if they don't have eyes to see with." The day Mayhem sells 20,000 records in Norway, Burzum is on MTV every day, and Nuclear Blast have signed 8 black metal bands, then you can start talking about trend.
And tonight, something very special. We're playing you the brand new epic video from the king of the Norwegian black metal scene, Burzum.
From this moment on, it's safe to say that black metal became bigger than any of the people involved could ever imagine it to be. Right after Bark's sentence, Mayhem's De Mysteries Dom Satanas was finally released to universal acclaim. Before the release of The Mysteries, Eystein's family requested Bark's bass recordings to be removed from the album. Jan Axel assured them he would do so and re-record them himself, but he never did. The year earlier, Jörn and Jan Axel reunited at Eystein's funeral and decided that despite what happened, Mayhem had to continue. Jörn had a band with Sven Erik, one of Mayhem's former vocalists from the Death Crush era, and auditioned guitar players over the following months. Mayhem's reunion had a mixed response from the community, some claiming Mayhem couldn't continue without Eystein. Regardless, black metal got a gigantic publicity push that not only helped Mayhem, but many other bands to break the hundreds of thousands of records sold and even crossed onto the mainstream with music that was originally designed to keep away as many people as possible. An almost private interpretation of their reality only meant for those they deemed worthy. Since their reunion, Mayhem have released 5 studio albums, 3 EPs, and several live recordings, including re-editions of past concerts. The band is still active as of the time of recording. Until next time, and thank you so much for watching.
All right. So looks like we have all been educated. If you guys already weren't educated on that whole Mayhem drama, like I said, I highly recommend you watch the movie Lords of Chaos. It basically depicts that whole story, but does it in an entertaining type of way. That documentary wasn't bad. It was just, it was long. But like I said, this movie here, Lords of Chaos, it's pretty solid. I recommend it for sure. So I was scrolling on my phone because I was trying to look for this picture from this past summer. Can't find it. My wife had taken a picture of me and Simon. We were riding the riding lawnmower together. Simon doesn't do wagons or stuff like that, but he'll ride the shit out of the lawnmower with me. But yeah, he'll jump the hell off of a wagon, out of a stroller. If it's got an open top, he's jumping out of it. He jumped out of the car window one time when we were at a stoplight. Like, he loves car rides. But one time when he was like a puppy, he jumped out of the car window and was just running around in traffic. It was wild. Basically, Frank, many band members were harmed in the making of 0 records. But they had a couple records. Just whether they're good or not is based upon opinion. Now, I think Mayhem, they've got like 1 or 2 good tracks. Burzum, I don't mess with because I'm not a Varg fan. But additionally, I do like a lot of shitty black metal that just isn't that great. So, yeah. Lords of Chaos. Check that movie out. So on our poll, unless we get any last minute voters, it looks like Vamp has won by a 57% to 43% Death Spa. So if you're out there in chat, we are talking about what our Cinema Creep film of the week will be. And that is looking like Vamp is probably gonna be it. So if you're new here, if you're just tuning in, the Film Creep film of the Jesus Christ, the Cinema Creep Film Club of the Week movie is a movie that we all pick that is streaming for free. So Vamp and Deathball are both on Tubi for free, and we watch it off stream, and then we talk about it the following Friday. So, like I said, as of now, it looks like Vamp is the winner. So Frank, Simon, he didn't escape. He was just getting the hell out of the car. He thought because we were stopped, he could jump out the window and he could run around. I've only had one close call with losing Simon, and that was we were walking him late at night one night, and it was raining, and we were at like a greenway, at like a little park or something. And Simon's not a dog that has to walk on a leash. He listens pretty well, and he normally stays close, right? You call his name, he comes. He normally walks right beside you, whatever. He normally doesn't have to be on a leash. But we were walking him late at night, and it was kind of starting to rain a little bit. So we sat in the car, and we kind of just watched him. And the park was empty, and he was just kind of running around in the field, using the bathroom, doing his thing. So he runs up kind of close to the road, not at the road, but kind of close to the road, and a car stops in the street, and they call him over. And Simon just goes trotting up to him, and they get him in their car. And I'm like, what? So they took Simon. So we had to chase them down in my wife's car and be like, look, you guys just took our freaking dog. And we were able to get him back. But yeah, they just like called him over. They were concerned that the dog was out in the rain at night, and we're like, no, like we're watching him. He's just running around using the bathroom, But he, yeah, they snagged him. So had we not been able to chase him down, we're like, look, you got our freaking dog. They would have taken him, and then Side Guy would have no longer been ours. So after he jumped out of the car in traffic, so there was like a median with like a sign, like a yield sign or stop sign or something, because it was like it was like a 3-way stop. And he just got out, and he was like sniffing around the sign. He was just getting out trying to use the bathroom. But, Simon, he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He goes off, comes back home, Like last night, I hate it when he does this, because he knows what he's doing. So sorry, guys, if you're here for movie talk, we're talking about Simon. We're talking dog talk right now. So look, he's not over there in his bed. Like I said, he left the studio. But that could have been very horrible if we wouldn't have noticed him being taken. But last night, so Simon does not go number 2. He does not poop in the yard, right? Simon has to go for walks to do that. So he only goes up in the woods that's like a block over from my house. I mean, he'll poop in the neighbor's yard, but we try to not let him do that. So we take him for walks, as you should, whatever, My dog has a backyard, he can run around it, but you should take your dog for a walk. So we do that every day, and we take him up to the woods because that's where he likes to poop. And so yesterday it was raining all day, so we didn't take him for a walk. We're like, look, if you're going to poop, you got to just do it in the yard somewhere. It's raining, we're not walking out in the rain. Whatever. But he decided last night at like 2 a.m., I let him outside to go pee, right? He was like, all right, I got to go pee. So he has his pee spots in front of the house. We have a sidewalk that runs the length of my house. Simon has like 4 trees that he pees on, right, that are near the sidewalk. He goes to each one, he sniffs them, and he pees on them, because this is where other people walk their dogs. They pee on these spots. Simon has to claim them. And so I stood on the front porch, and on one side of my house, I have a motion detector light, right, that if obviously it detects motion, it comes on. So it was freezing cold, so I'm sitting there on the porch, not really paying attention. I figure Simon's down there on the sidewalk hitting those spots. The next thing I know, the motion detector light goes off on the side of my house, and I already fucking knew what time it was, because anytime that light goes off, Simon does this thing where he tries to like juke me and like slink and get down real low and then go on the side of the house and take off, so he can run off and go to the woods by himself. So if he bolts through my backyard, right, goes down the side of the house, goes through the backyard, goes across the people that live behind me's yard, takes a left, then he's up in the woods, right? So I was like, shit. And he does this every once in a while where he's like, oh, well, it's late at night and you didn't take me up to the woods to go poop, so I'm taking myself. So that's what he did. He takes himself up to the woods. He does whatever the hell he does. I think he goes down to the bar downtown and hangs out, because last night I was getting worried, but he was gone for an hour and a half. And he's done this before where I had to go find him. And this man will just be trotting down the sidewalk, you know, acting like life is good. Acting like there's not pit bulls out here trying to kill him. He's just out here trotting, you know, just doing his fucking little thing with his big head and his messy hair, just trotting down the sidewalk like everything's good, not knowing that there's dog nappers, not knowing that there's pit bulls, and not knowing that, you know, there's raccoons that are bigger than him that will grab him and run with him back to their raccoon holes. It's real out here for Simon. Anyways, he eventually came back, you know. He comes back, right? And then he comes to the door and barks like I'm the one with the problem. Like, barking like, how dare you, to me. And I'm like, Simon, like, you ran off, you know, like, what are you doing? And he comes in after being gone for an hour and a half, acting like I'm the one with the problem. And he comes in demanding treats. Now, you may be asking yourself, how does your dog demand treats? Well, if you have a dog, you kind of know. But Simon knows anytime he goes for a walk, he comes home, he gets a treat. He has his own little cookie jar, you know, and he just stares at you. And then he'll do this. Like, he'll do like this thing, right? Letting you know that get off your ass. It's time for a treat. Until you get in there and you get him a treat. Because he will do this thing right here where he will stare at you. Like Michael Myers. You know when Michael Myers is behind the hedge and he's staring at Laurie Strode? That's Simon. He'll look at you from, like, there'll be a coffee table and he'll just be staring at you. And you won't even know it. You'll just sense it. Like, you won't even see him. You'll just sense that he's staring at you. Or it'll be like a door frame and he'll be looking at you from the shadows until you get up and you give him a treat. So that's Simon for you. Old Psy guy. You know, he's somewhere probably doing something. You know, he's probably bullying my wife right now for a treat or something. You know, probably got her held at knife point. You know, I don't know. Anyways, we had him ever since he was like 6 weeks old, so we've had him for a long while. Simon is 12, and we saved him, I think, from a bad breeder. I think they were running a puppy mill or something, and he was like a Craigslist puppy. Do y'all remember Craigslist? Like, we met these people in the Walmart parking lot, and I paid $300 for Simon. So, but yep, that's the story of Simon. He abandoned us tonight. He probably has tried to come back in here. He's probably scratched at the door. I just can't hear him. So Vamp pulled out a win. You're right. So let's check out Vamp here. All right, so this is the Cinema Creep Film Club movie of the week. So I will most definitely be watching Death Spa as well. I don't know if I'm going to watch it this week, but it's something that I do want to see. So I'll be watching that in the near future. I've still got a lot of movies I got to catch up on, but I have a short work week this week because I'm taking some vacation time for the holiday. So I'll have some extra days to get some stuff done on the channel, get some stuff done when it comes to watching some movies. So Vamp is the movie that we're going to be watching. It is streaming for free on Tubi. So here it is right here. Like I said, I wish we could watch it on stream, but YouTube will not allow it. So it is here for free on Tubi for anybody that wants to watch it. Yeah, I like that too, Frank, that he's climbing out of the sewer in the first part. Like I said, if this takes place in New York City, it's going to make me even more excited. Let's go down and look. So this was filmed downtown Los Angeles, California. Oh, wait, that's one of the locations. Okay. Maybe I need to go back. Okay, here we go. Yeah, filmed in LA. So this is in your stomping grounds, Jet. You should go visit some of these places. Oh, it is. 16 Candles is a good one. Hey, Jet, you should go check some of these places out. Somewhere cool, though. Here's you an exact address. Cool. I wish I had a place where movies were filmed that I could go see like easily, like in my same town. Never been to LA. I told my wife that maybe next year take a vacation out there. I've been looking at Airbnbs out there. It's not really that expensive. You know, if I go in like March, April. What's the weather in LA like in April, Jet? Is it warm? It definitely has a New York feel to it to me too, Frank. Yeah, 16 Candles, Breakfast Club. What is the other one? There's another one. I mean, Ferris Bueller's, but there's another one. I can't think of it. Maybe you know it, Silverbat. Breakfast Club, 16 Candles. I said Ferris Bueller's. There's another one of those Brat Pack type of movies. Those are always fun, though. It's John Hughes, right? That did those. It's John Hughes. Yeah. Breakfast Club, Weird Science, Uncle Buck, Plane, Trains, and Automobiles. Did the Home Alone movies. Flubber, 101 Dalmatians. Dutch. God, there's a lot of these freaking movies that he's done that are like. Do you remember Weird Science? 16 Candles, obviously. National Lampoon's Vacation. It's crazy how some people, they've just written like so many freaking like classics. Come on, man, here. That is a fashion mullet upon fashion mullet right there. Look at that. It's glorious. He rocked a mullet for a long time. He even had one here. Look at this. Just look at those right angles on that thing. I like it. Fashion mullet in a pink leisure suit jacket. Yaz, if you're out there, you should also be John Hughes for Halloween. I think this is a look right here. Pretty in pink. How old is he? Oh, he died in 2009? I thought he was still alive. He was only 59 when he died. Dang. So what was the last thing he wrote? Breakfast Club Live is, well, he got credited for that. So he died in 2009. Hotel Hell Vacation, maybe? Drobit Taylor. Interesting. Cool. Cool. All right, so. Wow, that's bright. Okay, so like I said, Vamp is the movie of the week. What year was that from? Does anybody remember? 1980, was it 85? 1986, that was a good year. Vamp from 1986 is our movie of the week. And you guys feel free to watch it or don't, like you did Santa Jaws. But I'll be watching it and be ready to review it next Friday. So, good times. I once was invited to a Halloween party. Quick story. You guys made me feel like the time I was invited to a Halloween party, and I was told it was me and my buddy Andrew. I had a friend named Andrew also. I've referenced him a couple times. We were told that we were going to a Halloween party, and it was a costume party. And we were told to dress up. Everybody was dressing up. So I was poor. I was really broke at the time. Andrew was broke too. He put together this superhero costume. There's a picture of it somewhere that I will find, and I will show you guys if I can ever remember to find it. And I threw together a robot costume, right? Went bought a bunch of aluminum tinfoil. I put I think it was like a 24-pack of like Dr. Pepper, Dr. Thunder, the cheap kind, right? The off-brand Dr. Pepper on my head, wrapped it in tinfoil, wrapped my entire body in tinfoil, and we showed up to the party, and nobody else was dressed up purposefully. So that's how you guys made me feel today. You brought that memory back out of me. I have PTSD now. Yeah, well, I was like, listen, Frank, I was like 16 years old. This is like probably 2000 and I was probably 17 or 18. This is like 2004. This is back before, you really learned things in life. Plus, I never thought that my friends would do me like that, like tell me that to come to a costume party and not dress up, to watch Santa Jaws and not watch Santa Jaws. I've been getting taken advantage of my entire life. I'm sick of it. So, Jet, you're getting a cat on Monday, a Christmas cat. What type of cat are you getting? Is it a rescue? Is it a... What you doing? I can't remember if they pointed and laughed, but I will tell you this. that I feel like I had the last laugh because I'm fun. That's the way I look at it. I've always been a fun individual. And if I'm not, then at least I am to myself, I guess. As you say, run home and cry in a robot voice. Oh my God, I can hear that in my head. I did. I ran home and cried in a robot voice. You know, earlier when I said I had to go do some laundry or whatever, I actually just went and had a quick cry because of the Santa Jaws thing. I went and, just had a good cry real quick, and then I came back. And Simon didn't even want to comfort me. He's like, really? You're crying again? And then left the studio. Well, awesome. Awesome that you're getting a cat, Jet. That is amazing. I hope that works out for you. I don't know why I say it like that. I just have 4 cats and I do not want another one. Do not want another cat. So, to be completely honest, it is laundry that I was doing. So my son, he decided today he was going to wash all of his comforters, all of his blankets, and my laundry room is on the other side of the studio here, right? So you have to walk through the studio to get to the laundry room. That door that you see in the background of the studio goes to my laundry room. So essentially, he was like, well, I'm staying up till I get my blankets. And it's like 2 a.m. And I was like, well, I'm going to make sure that you get your blankets. So, because I think he was kind of waiting on me to go to bed so he could have his blankets. And normally he's not going to come in here. People don't normally come in here and bother me when I'm streaming, or they don't want to interrupt, which I don't really care as long as I have a heads up as they're coming in. Then I can either mute the mic or whatever. But I was just like, I need to go get his blankets out or restart them. So I don't know if you guys. I mean, I assume that you wash your comforters and your sheets and all that stuff, but that is like an all-day process. That shit sucks. It sucks. Coldest in LA is about 45 degrees at night. Have I been to Pennsylvania? Night of the Living Dead. No, I haven't. He is not kidding, Silverbat. He is straight just bullying me anymore. He is the reason I cry at night. Just cry in the shower where nobody can hear you cry or see you. Or if they happen to bust in, it's just like, 1, you got soap in your eyes, or 2, everything's wet, so the tears, they just blend in. I've never been to Pennsylvania and seen any of the Night of the Living Dead stuff. But I feel like it would be cool to go. I would like to go around and see some movie stuff. Now, was it a year ago? Like I said, I lived in Wilmington, North Carolina for a while. They've shot a lot of movies there. And I know Frank is going to love this. I think I mentioned it before, but my wife wanted to see all of the I Know What You Did Last Summer locations in Wilmington in, oh gosh, what is that little city called? Southport, North Carolina. They filmed I Know What You Did Last Summer. And we went all around that place looking at the places that they filmed that movie at. And that was kind of cool. I wish I could do what like that YouTube channel, the Grim Life Collective, do and kind of travel around and check out all the movie locations. You know, that would be cool. Maybe one of these days. That'll be a, you know, feature on the channel. The Office Space guy. I feel like I need to show you on my coffee cup. I feel like it's a good one. It's Tarantino coffee cup. Also, I have a Nicolas Cage one where he looks like Napoleon. My wife buys me all these crazy ass coffee cups. Tarantino from Pulp Fiction. Thought I'd share that with y'all. Thought you guys would enjoy that. Yeah, so I do want to mention real quick, because we're going to end this stream here in the next 10 minutes or so. So we're going to go ahead and go to our ending screen here. I do want to mention this. So I think I talked about it last Friday. Yeah, I think I talked about it on the last Creep Show. And I am going to all the channel patrons, right? I'm going to put this on Patreon in the next day or so. I just got to find time to post it up, write a little post. I made you guys something I'm going to send out to you. It's, you know, for anybody that wants it. You either want it or you don't. But send me your address, and I've got something to send you guys, and it's something I'm going to do annually for the channel patrons. And it's just kind of like an annual sticker, Cinema Creep sticker that I made. So it's just a little thing that I'm going to send in the mail. If you guys want it, awesome. If you don't, that's cool too. But I'll post that design up over there on the Patreon in the next day or so. And then if you want it, I'll get your details from you and I'll send that in the mail. So it's something I want to do yearly, something I want to send out. So it'd be cool, I guess, depending on how you feel about the channel, to every year have a different sticker, because they're going to be dated. So this one, it's a design. It's a VHS design. And then, you know, it says Cinema Creep on the VHS, you know, and there's some slime dripping from the VHS. And it has 2024 written on it. So if you guys want it, check out the Patreon, because that is anybody that is currently a channel patron, or anybody that signs up between now and the time I decide to send the stickers out, which will be between now and the end of the year. So but be paying attention over there, because I am going to send it out. And yeah, so if you're into that, it's there. And if not, that's cool too. Nick, if he's still out there in Cinema Creep land, he is a wild man, because let me tell you about Nick. And here's the thing. I don't care if you guys ever buy anything. For me, that is not why I do this. You know, so it's not a sales pitch. I just like creating things. And I like buying merch, and I like buying t-shirts and stupid shit, right? So I create it for other people that like to do buy things and make frivolous purchases. So I really like designing stuff as well. It's another hobby of mine, graphic design and that kind of thing. So that's why I really enjoy making shirts and hoodies and hats and stickers and all of this stuff. It's not because I'm trying to make a quick buck. But what I was going to say is Nick, and the only reason I bring this up is because he is an absolute madman bought 7 coffee mugs. So, these right here. Cinema Creep coffee mugs. He's bought 7 of these. And absolutely insane. So I just want to shout him out. You know, that definitely is a huge support to the channel. And, yeah. You know, so I'm going to make him a special coffee cup for buying all those other ones and send it to him for free. But, yeah. So, Jet, you just said you'll just take a cat. I'm going to make some Cinema Creep hats. It is funny that you mentioned that because, Frank, if I could switch over to my other PC while I'm streaming, which I can't, I actually was putting together some hats when I was making a sticker design today. And I got to say, I'm not totally sure how I want the hats to look. You know, if you guys ever have any ideas, you know, I'm cool with you guys giving me some feedback. You know, I like for things to say something more or something a little bit, you know, designed a little bit cooler than just saying like Cinema Creep on them, you know. But I'm a fan of this type of hat, but I can make all types of hats, you know. I just got to figure out what I want to put on them. But I have thought about making Cinema Creep hats like this. Maybe not camo, maybe just black, but I just got to figure out a design or something to put on them. Now, the design I did today it was just a black hat like this. And the Cinema Creep Goosebumps font that I had on the hoodie that I made for Halloween, it just said Cinema Creep in that across the front of the hat. And it's like a distressed hat like this. So it has like, it already looks worn. It has like some tears in it and like some like, not crazy where it looks like tore pants, but like it just looks scuffed up and stuff. It looked kind of cool. I just don't know if I'm going to put it on the store yet or not because I don't know how much I like that hat or if I'm going to redesign it. So, but I have been working on it. Yeah. Anyways, I am working on a hat. Dakota. I had a dog named Dakota once. So when I was younger, when I was a teenager, had a little Pomeranian named Dakota. I called him Cooter. I don't know why his nickname was Cooter. I think it's just because I've always tried to be funny, even though I'm not. And yeah, so I called him Cooter. And he was a little brown Pomeranian dog. And man, he was I don't even know what is the right way to put this. A tough little dog. He was a tough little dog, and by tough little dog, I mean that I ran him over once with a minivan with both tires, and he survived, and he was completely okay after that. And I didn't mean to do it. He was a dog that chased cars, and he would try to bite the tires, and I was driving in a minivan, and I guess he got too close and ran him over with both tires. But he was alive and fine after that for many, 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 many more years. Pomeranians, tough dogs. That was Dakota, a.k.a. Cooter. I will definitely put some freaking hat designs out there, though, because I've been wearing the shit out of the couple hats that I've got, and it's time for me to get a new one. And a lot of times before I buy something like a hat, I think, okay, well, can I make something of my own before I go and spend $30 on a hat? Because if I can make something of my own, I would rather wear, you know, my own stuff than another brand stuff, if possible. So I'll get some hats out there. If not, before the end of the year, then soon after the beginning of the year. Did you say Lakota? let me see. So Lakota, are you saying Lakota or? So Lakota is Native American people. That's what I was gonna say. I just did not know. Okay, wait, are we talking about Dakota? Or are we talking about Lakota? Lakota or Native American people are part of the Sioux Nation, along with the Western Dakota and Eastern Dakota tribes. They're known for being strong and fierce tribal warriors. Lakota is translated to mean allies or friends. So two different things there. Two different things. All right. So, I think that's, yeah, it was both tires, Frank, unfortunately. Poor guy. I raised hell in that minivan, though. Raised hell and praised Dell in that minivan. It's probably one of my favorite cars I've ever had. Like, if you can ever have the opportunity to get a minivan, I highly recommend it. Like, I don't drive one now, but I had one for a short period of time, and man, there was just so much space. It was actually way, way faster than it should have been. I don't know. I could load up a lot of people in there. You said the first tire is an accident, the second tire is murder. I mean, you sound like an attorney, Frank. If you're an attorney, you have to tell me that's the rules. Them's the rules, Frank. Them's is the rules. Frank Rambo, attorney at law, court-appointed attorney. I'll let you represent me in court. Oh, man. Good times, good times. So, this Tuesday, we are still going to do Gruesome Game Night. So, if you like those live streams, come hang out on Tuesday night. Because even though that'll be what, the 20... What day is Christmas? Christmas is Wednesday. So yeah. So we'll probably still do Gruesome Game Night on Tuesday, which is Christmas Eve. I have a fun little Christmas game that we're going to play. It's a puppet combo Christmas horror game that I'm going to play on Christmas Eve. Now, I understand if you're not in attendance. I'm not saying 100% certain that I will be doing it. But since my child is a lot older now, Christmas Eve festivities will end earlier. So I will probably be live on Tuesday, Christmas Eve, and we'll probably be playing a game. And if not, I'll let you guys know. How about this? If it's scheduled, If it's scheduled, then we'll be doing it. But if it's not scheduled, we won't be doing it. Either way, if you follow the channel, you know, you'll see if we're going live or not. And it'll be at normal time, probably 11:15. We'll be playing a fun game, so tune in, hang out, and you know, play some murdering Santa stuff with me. So I'm trying to understand what you mean. My eyes are hanging out of my head. Is that an expression for like something? What does that mean, Silverbat? My eyes are hanging out of my head. I don't understand, but I would like to. Other than that, you know, that's pretty much it for this one, guys. We will be streaming next Friday night. And hang on, let me go back to the calendar here. When is New Year's Eve? Oh, we still got a long time till then. Yeah. Next Friday night will be the 27th. So no problem there unless you're out of town or something like that. But yeah, so we'll probably do a Christmas Eve stream, and then we will do our regular Friday Night Creepshow stream. So watch Vamp 1986. And beyond that, that's it for this one, guys. I appreciate y'all hanging out till the very end. I like that expression, eyes hanging out your head. I'm going to start using that. I do feel a little bit tired, but, you know, appreciate you guys hanging out. Silverbat, Jet, Frank as always, Chuck, Boom Squad was here for all of 10 seconds. Ghost Rider, who else came through? Nick, as always here to the bitter end. And Yaz was back. So appreciate all you guys, and I will see y'all on the next one. Stay creepy. See ya.